Спасибо.
When I saw Foundation, I realized it's one of those sci-fi shows that tells us a lot about our own society. There's one part in particular when a mathematician finds a way to literally predict the future of society that just stuck with me. And it's because I realized the leaders we have in our world do the exact same thing, but it's making all of our lives worse. So the story of Foundation is set over 25,000 years from now. And here, although humanity has spread throughout the vast galaxy, it's all mostly dominated by one dictatorship, the Galactic Empire. Empire, as it calls itself, is the biggest system of organization ever. And this is its capital. This is Trantor, where the Imperial Palace stands. But
Вот, and this show is pretty bad. Because it's not a good cinema, the story, in its basis. Like they needed to change the core themes in order for it to be something useful in cinematic sense. That's ridiculous.
Just think for a minute, how would you respond to someone being that kind of brutally honest with you and even reiterating multiple times that they like you, knowing that they have been a part of this server for, you know, close to a year at this point? How would you respond to something like that? Some, like, I would say objective criticism in voicing their concerns with you. Now I'm going to show you the direct opposite of whatever you just came up with. Pirate Software responds to them saying, Doomer detected. Honestly, if all you're going to do is Doom post, just wait for me to be done and stop busying yourself with it. I'm literally writing right now, lol. Pirate Software is freaking out right now, and he's coming to grips with the fact that this decline in viewership and subscribers might actually be an issue for him. And even with him recognizing what's going on, he still cannot take accountability. So this was a message that was screenshotted from Pirate Software's Discord, and I received a screenshot of this message, and this message had just been taken on July 15th, today, as of recording this. So Thor put up this message in his Discord, going to be real for the people in the back who don't get it. You know where this road of attacks and well poisoning ends? It ends with shutting down company and firing everyone if they manage to poison enough people. It ends with no longer being able to support the ferret rescue unless I can snag a job that supports it. People think this is some ego trip shit. Fuck no. I have people to take care of. I am not going to sit by and let that shit happen, and you're dumb for suggesting it. Get fucking real. Seriously. Now, I'm not gonna lie, reading that, I had personally a very visceral reaction to seeing someone have such a lack of self-awareness, but I want to make sure you guys have a full understanding of the exposition leading into this. As you saw right here, he says at the bottom here, I am not going to sit by and let that shit happen, and you're dumb for suggesting it. He's referencing some lead-up messages, and I have those. So this is the start of it. Pirate Software doesn't at everyone. Too many people spamming about Heartbound's codebase. Update out tomorrow with Fern's new dialogue, tidbits of architecture, philosophy, reasoning here for the goblins and kobolds so you don't get overwhelmed by people spouting nonsense. Bedtime now. And then he links this tweet here. Now this here is a response that Pirate Software had saying I had a few thousand people dogpile into my stream about this today, and he goes into detail talking about specifically what he was doing when it comes to coding and why he did it, talking about his shader system that he had made instead of like actually compiling shaders. Now, I actually interviewed Level 5 Fish, the guy who showed up on Coding Jesus's video to break down the Heartbound code. I'll leave a link down in the description to Coding Jesus's video, but the interview that I had with Level 5 Fish will be coming out tomorrow. But now to keep it focused on what we're talking about in this video, these are some of the follow-ups here. Thor's talking about the message that he just put out saying, also timed out and banned people for putting middle finger emojis on the announcement. Idiot behavior. And now you're going to notice that people that are there for Pirate Software, like this person here, are trying to tell Pirate, hey, you know, maybe don't react to the hate. And so this person here is saying, I think you're giving them satisfaction by even reacting to it. And two people said, yeah, that one. And then Thor replied to them saying, when I have hundreds of thousands of people being misled and it's poisoning the well online about who I am obligated to counter. And if that's how Pirate Software feels about it, for sure. If I was in the same boat, yeah, I'd want to clarify people if they have a misunderstanding of who I am. I would say that most people aren't in that boat for Pirate Software. I think they're just watching him and going off of his actions, but I'm digressing. And so another person replies to that message that Pirate Software said and said, countering is timing out and banning. Talking about it is just going to rile up trolls more. 100%. Pirate Software responded back to them, timing out and banning does not counter misinformation about my work. Evidence does, provided now. Now, one piece of evidence that he really liked to bring up is the fact that Heartbound apparently could run on a smart fridge, except we talked about that and it's looking like it was actually only mirroring to the screen of the fridge. Matter of fact, someone was able to get Heartbound to run on an Apple Watch. But again, he could be talking about other pieces of evidence that he's talking about, maybe specifically with his coding. Moving on though, someone else replied to him talking about the hundreds of thousands of people. He says, I think you are at risk of throwing further gasoline on the fire. If it's too hard to ignore, maybe try laying low for a while. Not a bad idea. And then this message leads into another one that I wanted to include, but I just wanted you guys to have a bit more context. These two individuals are kind of talking back and forth to each other. And this person says, honestly, having seen this kind of situation happen again and again, the only thing you can do is defend yourself and wait, hoping the internet will find a new target. That's sadly just how the internet works. You can't reason with it. You can't beat it. True. You don't win against the internet. It's just, that's not what happens. You do just have to lay low. A lot of the Mr. B stuff that happened, a lot of it ended up kind of fizzling out after it got addressed and then they stopped talking about it. Pirate Software had his moment of address, especially with the Stop Killing Games initiative, fully ramping up and getting the signatures, all that stuff. He could have just been done there, but he didn't stop. Laying low could just be the form of him playing Noida like he loves to do on his streams and not addressing anything and not having a ban counter up in the corner counting
60.
all of the people getting banned out of his chat. But that'll come later. Now, Pirate Software replies to that individual that just said, I think you're throwing further gasoline on it, and says, ah, yes, the streamer laying low, lol. I'm assuming he's interpreting that in a much more severe way, like to just get off of streaming, which I don't think is the only solution, like I just stated. Continuing on though, this person is responding to that one I just previously showed you with the honestly having seen this kind of situation thing and said, well, I'm not sure those are the only ways to handle it. And Pirate, I believe, still talking about this previous one, says insane request, or I'm sorry, insane request. Moving on, Pirate says this, you don't have to reason with the bullshit takes, but you do have to defend yourself from shit like this. Otherwise, the people in the middle that don't know anything will just instantly side with the only voice in the room. But that was followed up by this, but these people don't even care if you're right. How does banning thousands of people off of your live stream when they're asking questions and seeing if you're going to address something and then you using the same counterpoint every single time, how does that convert people into understanding your side more? Clearly, the arguments that you are making to defend yourself or to counter what you believe is bullshit is not convincing people. What that would tell me if I was in Pirate Software's situation is that maybe I need to think about the arguments that I'm making and the fact that they're not working when people are asking me. Like I've watched some of his streams. People will come in and ask those questions and he'll give the exact same talking points again and again and again. He's just sounding like a broken record and that's not convincing anybody. And if that's all you're doing, you know, shocker here, maybe there is something wrong with your argument. Maybe there is some legitimate criticism coming your way and that's why people aren't satisfied with your response. Let me give you an example. In my previous video, link to it right now, he makes the argument in response to Coding Jesus just going through his code and like saying, hey, improve it in this way, this way, this way. His response to this argument is that it doesn't need to be more optimized because it's running for people, and on top of that, it runs on a smart fridge. Now, I actually agree with Pirate Software's first argument. As someone like from the perspective of a consumer, I honestly don't care if his code doesn't look absolutely perfect. I care that it's done at this point quick enough so that people aren't actually going to be waiting a decade to get the game that they have purchased and were expecting to come way sooner. If this is just a single one-off game for him that he is just making as a solo project, yeah, the organization doesn't matter as long as the game is running properly, is not riddled with bugs, and at this point, I just want it out. And so from that perspective, yes, Pirate Software is correct. He doesn't need to optimize the game more. But instead of choosing to just say that, instead of just choosing to say, hey, you know what, the coding isn't the greatest, I just want to get it out to people sooner, you chose to more than double down well past that and make this argument that it's optimized well enough to run on a smart fridge, which doesn't actually seem to be the case. You instead argue that it's so well optimized that it can run on a smart fridge. That's where people don't care if you're right, because now you're using an argument that isn't sound. You are ego tripping to use that excuse. But like I said, so this is that first one, but these people don't even care if you're right. And then the next one here is Pirate responding to them saying, you know who does care? The tens of thousands on the sidelines. And then this other Discord member makes an excellent point to respond to that. They say, those people are coming here or to the stream and seeing you show numbers of bans you have. Without context, it looks like boasting. Trolls are giving that context already, and gamifying it with ban announcements and counters is just encouragement. You're gonna fight this fight for the rest of your career this way. I have had it kind of in my head that it has started to become more and more of an echo chamber for Pirate Software, and it absolutely has, but it's really honestly refreshing to see so many people in his Discord that are still trying to support him and still trying to help him, like still trying to give good points like this one, like, hey, you're gamifying people being toxic. You are putting a number, and people like to watch a number go up, in your streams if people act bad. You are incentivizing toxic behavior by including the ban number. And how does Pirate Software respond to this? I have fought that shit for 6 months without the timer. Your route does nothing. I'm gonna go out on a limb here because I don't have the evidence, but I'm pretty sure the amount of bans and the amount of people leaving Thor's, community, like the over 100,000 people that have left over just the last couple weeks, I feel like that's more than what he was dealing with the OnlyFang stuff. I could be wrong, someone can fact check me on that, but I do believe that, gamifying toxic behavior is definitely not even close to helping. Kind of taking a pause from that subject, some other people were chatting in the Discord talking about potential slander claims. So slander has a legal bar though. Just look at the Turd versus Depp case, and then I don't think he's met that. And so someone responded, isn't there a case to be made for him having lost revenue due to the slander? To which Thor responded, yes. Now I've personally gone out of my way to make sure that any claims that I'm making about Pirate and his behavior or actions, that I am showcasing exactly what I'm talking about in my videos. And regardless of what people have said over the videos that I've been making or anything like that, I know that I haven't been acting in bad faith. I truly believe and go off of the evidence I see to make the points that I do. And I would say that although yes, I have been essentially covering this entire death spiral that Pirate Software has gone through, I have done my best to be charitable and make arguments and agree with Pirate Software where I can agree. And also, if anything that I have said or brought up ends up being untrue and I get asked to do a cease and desist or apologize, I don't have an issue with that. If I ended up actually screwing up, that's not an issue to say I was wrong and clear the air. But I'm actively making an effort to make sure that what I'm sharing with you guys is what is happening, not just going out of my way to speculate. I've just been blessed with the fact that he can't stop screwing up and doing it in such a messy manner where he has this entire history of himself being online. Like him saying that he lost 2.5 years of game development to COVID when originally he was saying that he didn't even have COVID, and then suddenly he had COVID for 9 months. Like, it's just all there and documented. And now I want to transition over to a different conversation that was had, where Pirate Software, just completely in the face of someone who has been a part of his community, talks about how they're upset with the fact that the game has been in production for so long at this point and expresses their frustration, and then Pirate bitches at them for their lack of tact. Now, these messages aren't from that individual, but this is where the ball kind of gets rolling. So this individual says, to be honest, the amount of content in the game is disappointing considering how long it's been in development. I had so much hope for it when it was first started. Does anyone know why game is taking so long to be released fully? They follow up and say, I really wish wish the best for the game, but it's kind of crazy how unfinished the game is after 10 whole years. I understand that life gets in the way and the developers are trying to make the game as good as possible, but it is unjust to all the people who funded this project over 10 years ago and only have so much content to show for it. Now, mild correction, from my understanding, 8 years is as far as it has been in development. I believe it was 2017 is when the game actually hit early access where people could purchase it. Maybe the Kickstarter started a bit further behind that. Now, somebody responds to that individual having that gripe with the game development. They say there is actually a staggering amount of content in the game. Tons of hidden secrets, multiple routes, alongside a whole ARG built into the game. So I feel it is a little disingenuous to claim it's lacking content. On a single route through the game, you could argue that the game is a little short. I've made this point before, but the game is also halfway done, with Animus being the middle point of the game. I think a lot of misinformation is being spread about the game because of some site metrics say it takes like 3 to 4 hours to completionist 100% the game, which is just incorrect. Animus is the most complicated part of the game due to the sheer volume of routes and options that are available, differing characters and points of view needing to be portrayed, which Thor saying multiple times they've struggled with the writing and have reworked multiple parts because they're unhappy with the result. With the game being a story game, a choose your own adventure, it makes sense to make sure the story is battened down. You wouldn't want an FPS game to release with half-baked gunplay. Likewise, nobody wants a story game with half-baked narrative. They also want a game to be fully released after having owned it for potentially 8 years in early access. But you could still agree with them that yes, having all of these different alternative dialogue trees and all of this in a narrative-driven game is a very big deal, and it is going to consume a lot of time. I think you can give that ground. I mean, Pirate Software himself has repeatedly, and I mean repeatedly, talked about how the main bottleneck for the game is the writing and how difficult it is for him. Does that justify 8 years in development? I don't think so, but that is subjective. Now, this is the individual that I was talking about when I introduced this, and they were replying to that message that we just read through. They say, by the time the game is done, my son will be in college. And I might be misunderstanding, but are you saying it's not even halfway done? I like Thor, but at this point, I feel like my money has been wasted. Between buying the game, buying Heartbound merch, subscribing to his Twitch and YouTube, it just doesn't feel like I'm supporting an indie dev with a dream as much as a Twitch streamer with a side project. Its priorities have changed drastically. We haven't had an update on Heartbound since May 28th, presumably because of the game jam coming up. Perhaps he should take a year off of that and focus on something else instead of telling everybody for months that Animus is done, which there is video proof of him saying. Again, I like Thor and I truly want to believe his motives are good, but man, it's hard. That is one of the most like real and authentic and honest arguments or critiques that have been given to Pirate Software. He's just being honest. His son could potentially be in college at this point. 8 years, that's a lot of time. And because of this lack of progress and apparently it only being halfway done, you know, based off what this other person was saying, yeah, that would feel wasted. To spend all this time on his YouTube, Twitch, watching the live streams, buying even merch for the game. You can't blame the guy. And he says it twice. He likes Thor, but this is so tough for him because he's just facing the reality of what's been going on. That Pirates
Sure. Right, what now?
The Labour government has promised a devolution revolution in England, and last week took a step towards this by introducing the English Devolution and Community Empowerment Bill to Parliament. Despite its relatively dry name, the bill may well mark one of the biggest shake-ups of local government in 50 years, and is packed with a whole load of things, from changing how mayors are elected to introducing a community right to buy. So in this video, we're going to take a look and explain some of the key measures in the new bill. If you want more UK political drama from us, then check out our podcast Starmageddon, where we track the successes and failures of this new Labour government. Find it over on the TLDR Podcast YouTube channel or in your favourite podcast app. The bill builds upon the English Devolution White Paper published last December, which basically set out how the Labour government intended to deliver its so-called devolution revolution. Now, England's local governance structure can appear messy, confusing, and inconsistent. Because, well, it is. So to help you understand the bill, we're going to quickly explain how English local government is structured. Now, some parts of England are covered by unitary authorities, where one body is responsible for every function of local government. Other parts of England are two-tier areas, meaning that there's an upper-tier county council responsible for county-wide services like education and social care, and smaller, lower-tier district councils that have more local responsibilities like waste collection and housing. Although Labour is gradually phasing out these two-tier areas and restructuring them into single-tier unitary authorities, resulting in fewer, larger councils, which should, in theory, make local government less expensive and more efficient. Anyway, the remainder of England, largely its most urbanised areas, are covered by metropolitan councils and London boroughs, which, to keep things brief, aren't all that different from the unitary single-tier councils. However, over the years, various ad hoc devolution deals have established several combined authorities and combined county authorities. These bodies sit above the councils and comprise multiple councils that come together to obtain greater devolved powers and make policy decisions that affect their wider area, such as transport networks or regional business policies. Almost all of these combined authorities and combined county authorities are led by directly elected mayors, for example Andy Burnham in Greater Manchester. Greater London is also obviously led by a mayor, Sadiq Khan, but it has its own unique devolution settlement which predates all of the others. Anyway, the Labour government has made it clear that it sees mayors as a key part of its approach to devolution, with Angela Rayner saying last year that the government aimed to hardwire mayors into the fabric of government in a new deal for local people, and that it had a strong preference to see mayors in place across the whole of England. So naturally, the bill has a lot to do with mayors and their powers, and it also establishes a more standardised devolution framework, aimed at making the devolution process more streamlined and consistent. Now, it's a 338-page bill, so we're going to focus on just a selection of its key measures. One of the most headline-grabbing changes is that mayoral and police and crime commissioner elections will return to a supplementary vote system, which allows voters to give a first and second preference. This reverses a change made by the previous Conservative government a couple of years ago that replaced supplementary vote with first past the post. The local elections held earlier this year demonstrated the pitfalls of first past the post, as several mayors were elected with astonishingly low vote shares, two of them with under 30% of the vote. Another interesting part of the bill is that it bans so-called dual hatters by preventing individuals from simultaneously being a mayor and a member of the UK Parliament or devolved parliaments. Anyway, let's move on to the significant structural changes made by the bill. It would establish a new category of authority called the Strategic Authority. This isn't exactly a new tier of local government, but rather a new term with enhanced powers that encompasses pre-existing combined authorities, combined county authorities, and the Greater London Authority, although the government aims to eventually introduce a strategic authority for each area in England, preferably led by mayors. Creating strategic authorities is ideally a joint and consensual process, but the bill does enable the Secretary of State to establish strategic authorities without local consent if other routes have been exhausted. Now, there will be three levels that strategic authorities can belong to and progress through. The lowest, Foundation, has limited devolution and is for non-mayoral authorities. Then there's mayoral, with greater devolved powers for strategic authorities led by mayors. And finally, the highest level is established mayoral, which is for mayoral authorities which satisfy additional governance requirements, and which have the broadest range of powers, including the ability to request further devolved powers from the government. Now, strategic authorities will have powers and responsibilities in the areas shown on screen. So let's pick out a few of these and take a look at some of the new powers that mayors and strategic authorities will be granted. Housing and strategic planning is an important one, as the government sees it as key to delivering on its 1.5 million new homes by 2029 commitment. As such, the bill gives mayors greater powers over local planning, including granting them call-in powers, which the Mayor of London already has, to enable them to take over strategically important development applications. All mayors will also be given the power to more easily issue mayoral development orders that allow them to give in-principle planning permission for specific developments. And the bill also weakens the power of local planning authorities to prevent this. Similarly, all mayors will also have the power to establish mayoral development corporations, which help to deliver large and complex development and regeneration projects, such as the Olympic site in Stratford. It also extends to all mayors the power to impose community infrastructure levies on new developments, which can raise funds to go towards the building of local infrastructure needed to support these new developments. Under transport and local infrastructure, the bill also gives strategic authorities, or the highest tier of local authorities, new powers to regulate on-street micro-mobility schemes. In other words, e-bike rental services like Lime. Strategic authorities will also be required to set up and coordinate a key route network to ensure strategic oversight of the most important local roads in their area, over which mayors will now have greater powers, including the legal power to set traffic reduction targets. Under public safety, the bill will give more mayors, by default, the power and responsibilities of a police and crime commissioner, as is already the case in Greater London, Greater Manchester, and West Yorkshire. But you'll also remember that there's a community empowerment side of this bill too. Most notably, it introduces a community right to buy, which means that when an asset of community value, for example a local pub, swimming pool or community centre is up for sale, community groups will be given the first opportunity to buy it, with a 12-month window for said groups to raise funding to meet the agreed purchase price. Additionally, the bill would ban commercial leases from including upward-only rent review clauses that ensure that landlords of commercial properties are guaranteed that rent will not decrease regardless of market conditions. So, as you can see, the English Devolution and Community Empowerment Bill is chock full of measures that, whether you approve or disapprove of them, will dramatically reconfigure the setup of England's local government. More broadly though, it really does feel like we're in a period of political change at the moment. Gone are the days of predictable geopolitics, with Trump's America taking increasingly dramatic turns, so much so that it feels that America's influence, popularity and dominance are all on the decline. So in the next issue of our magazine, Too Long, we're discussing this shift, and the potential that we're currently observing the end of the American order. In that section of the magazine, we discuss our thoughts on everything from the collapse of democratic norms to if America is losing allies, and if the country can maintain its dominance in energy and tech, before discussing who could potentially take over in a post-American world. So if you want to find out what we really think about America, now's your chance. It's not just the US either though. This issue is our longest ever at 78 pages. So we also get into stories like why El Salvador and Kosovo are becoming the world's penal colonies, if the UK is lacking vision at the moment, if Europe can really defend itself, and why leaders like Putin and Netanyahu seem to be getting away with it. Plus, we also have a full interview with Professor James Kerr-Lindsay, who you might also know from YouTube, all about the collapse of the global order. Now, if that all sounds good to you, but you'd rather listen than read along, then you should check out the premium edition, because anyone who buys a premium edition of our magazine also gets access to our recordings of selected articles. Plus, you also get access to the full 90-minute interview with James Kerr-Lindsay. On top of that, premium subscribers also get access to our behind-the-scenes podcast, The Bullpen. Regardless of whether you opt for the regular or premium edition, if you never want to miss an issue, then make sure you subscribe to Too Long, which gets you 20% off every copy as long as you stay subscribed. Plus, this week only, if you use the code BESTOFFER when signing up for a subscription, you'll get an additional 35% off. That brings down the cost as low as £5.20, or a wild 48% off. That is the best offer we are ever going to offer. So pre-order your copy today to get yourself that extra content and support all of the journalism we do here at TLDR every single day.
Perfect dodge. My proficiency increases by 60. Maybe. So.
Good day, Lord Phaeton.
Buff. Ether. Perfect dodge.
I would never turn down Lord Phaeton.
Which alias should I use this time?
Good day, Lord Phaeton.
Is the concert start? The stage will be mine.
Wanna be my research subject?
Ooh, we really... Let's make a grand entrance.
Careful. Found your weakness. Hit him where it hurts. No escape.
Lose yourself in the music. Go away.
Just give up. The final act begins now.
Dolander, who dares get between me and Lord Phaeton?
Found your weakness.
Let our souls resonate.
Out of my sight.
painless. Hit him where it hurts. Now, you're the prey. Yep.
Here we go. Hey, pretty close to 5k. But yeah, great damage score.
Michael Shannon Sims, aka Mike Sims, was charged for running a global $650 million foreign exchange and crypto investment scam. And let me say, it couldn't have come at a better time. Listen, we've all been black-pilled. Crime is legal for some people. For other people, you still might get caught. According to court documents, Michael Shannon Sims was arrested by the FBI as the founder, strategic consultant, and promoter of Omega Pro. But you know who said this first? You know who's been reporting on this? We have.
Mike Sims, another big promoter, is close behind with 84 million. And here we can find some interesting connections, actually. So apparently, Mike Sims and Algo Capital work together, at least according to them.
I have a role of serving as Director of International Business for Algo Capital, which is a firm in Miami, Florida. We're also going to be expanding internationally here pretty soon as well.
Now, this is actually interesting when you realize that Algo Capital was partnered with something called Omega Pro, which is an MLM Ponzi scheme which purported to trade Forex, which might sound familiar.
And we're excited to be partnered with Omega Pro on their vision.
So it appears this is where a lot of the money came from, was this other Ponzi scheme.
Back in 2023, 2 years ago, we reported on Trader's Domain, which was a separate Ponzi scheme, which Omega Pro was funneling money into. Basically, the Omega Pro pitch was that you could put your money in and triple it. Now, I know that sounds a little crazy, but the way they were thinking they were going to make that money is they were funneling their money into a Ponzi scheme to triple the money to give it back to their people. It's a miracle, you know, it all collapsed and was a huge fraud. Specifically, Mike Sims said he had a hedge fund.
And we are a hedge fund. We're a hedge fund, and we specialize in Forex trading.
And the whole story is kind of insane because he was running his own thing. In fact, there were actually arrests made in Turkey recently about this exact thing. Omega Pro was a gigantic scam. The reason most people haven't heard of it is it primarily targeted people in Latin America. So getting a hold of some of these victims, I've used translator apps, translator tools to try to get in communication with a lot of them. My estimate is something like between 30 and 50% of the victims are Latin America. There were a lot in Europe as well. I'm happy to see they still charge them because sometimes you, in these cases, you'll have them focus on U.S. victims. But ultimately, I think globally, it doesn't matter. It matters if there was fraud, and in this case, there was. Now, both defendants are charged with one count of conspiracy to commit wire fraud and one count of conspiracy to commit money laundering. There's also Juan Carlos Reynoso, who is also involved, who we've known about for some time. But I just wanted to shout out the patrons who let me do these long-form investigations, and thankfully we are seeing the results. So big shout out to the FBI here. I mean, I know I've been highly critical of them if you've been paying attention to the 3 a.m. uploads, but there are still important cases going on. There still is good work that is being done. So I look forward to seeing that continue. We will cover these charges as they proceed. Remember, everyone gets the right to defend themselves in court, but I think that's basically it. I just wanted to share some good news, a win in what has otherwise been a pretty dark time for fraud.
Purging slash.
Shadowless blade.
Direct hit. Right in front of you. Oh, this little one is so cute. I'll just explode. Home run!
You're finished.
Here we go.
Well, that's something.
В России хотят ввести штрафы за поиск запрещенных экстремистских материалов в сети. Вместе с этим предлагается штрафовать за рекламу VPN-сервисов. А еще теперь и для признания организации экстремистской не нужно решение суда. И вокруг этих новостей сейчас происходит некоторая паника. Отчасти оправданная, а отчасти нет. Давайте с вами вместе спокойно разберемся, что это за нововведения такие, кого они коснутся и как себя защитить. С вами Анастасия Брюханова, это канал Объектив, и мы начинаем. Госдума, несмотря на лето, московскую жару и дожди, вышла прямо на пик своей продуктивности. Во-первых, прямо сейчас вводят новую административную статью за поиск и доступ к экстремистским материалам. За это хотят предусмотреть штраф от 3 до 5 тысяч рублей. Во-вторых, депутаты предложили ввести штраф за рекламу VPN-сервисов и любых других средств обхода блокировок. За это граждан будут штрафовать жестче, от 50 до 80 тысяч. Впрочем, к этому все шло. С 1 марта 2024 года в нашей стране уже и так действовал запрет на рекламу и популяризацию VPN. Роскомнадзор пытался это сам блокировать, но, видимо, получилось так себе. Поэтому решили прописать конкретную ответственность тем, кто такую информацию распространяет. И в-третьих, не менее важно, Госдума поменяла процесс признания чего бы то ни было экстремистским. Теперь для этого достаточно одного вступившего в силу приговора хотя бы по одному участнику любого сообщества. То есть, если кого-то в некой организации признали экстремистом лично, то вся организация будет под колпаком. Такие вот экстремистские салочки. Раньше для подобного требовалось отдельное судебное решение, теперь процесс автоматизировали. Это позволит быстрее включать всех в экстремистский реестр, такой вот конвейер в конвейере. К этой поправке добавили несколько мелочей. Формальные организации, то есть юрлица, приравняли к неформальным. А еще взяли и переименовали перечень экстремистских организаций. В прошлой редакции в названии упоминалась необходимость решения суда. Но теперь-то оно не обязательно, вот и название тоже поменяли. По задумке авторов, все эти поправки должны вступить в силу уже 1 сентября. При этом вносятся они не одним пакетом в один законопроект, а в несколько разных. Например, новые принципы признания организаций экстремистскими, как и положено, были частью отдельного законопроекта о противодействии экстремистской деятельности. А вот штрафы за VPN и поиск запрещенки внезапно вписали в совершенно не имеющий отношения к интернету документ. Первое чтение поправки в Кодекс об административных правонарушениях проходили как закон об экспедиторах. Но он лежал там без движения, ну а затем в него и вложили пачку новых, не относящихся к изначальным поправок. Ну, что то, что это, административный кодекс. Так чё, почему бы не совместить? Это, если что, прием понятный, распространенный, так можно принять проект быстрее и минимизировать общественный резонанс. Так уже происходило не раз с репрессивными инициативами. Сейчас попробуем залезть в голову законодателя, мы посмотрим, как это все должно работать на практике. Начнем мы с самого резонансного и того, что касается, наверное, практически всех, это ответственность за поиск и доступ к экстремистским материалам. По задумке, работать это должно так. Человек намеренно ищет запрещенный контент. Например, вводит в поисковик название экстремистской книги или пытается открыть заблокированную страницу с запрещенкой. В таком случае ему грозит штраф от 3 до 5 тысяч рублей. И тут возникает логичный вопрос. А откуда власти узнают, что именно этот человек искал именно вот это в интернете? Ведь прямой слежки за каждым запросом пользователя пока нет. Но чиновники представляют это так. Информация о запросах есть у самих поисковых систем и некоторых соцсетей. Речь в первую очередь о российских сервисах, которые по закону уже давно обязаны сотрудничать с силовиками и предоставлять им данные об активности пользователей. Это Яндекс, ВКонтакте, Одноклассники и так далее. То есть при необходимости спецслужбы могут запросить, например, у Яндекса сведения о том, кто и когда искал определенные ключевые слова, ну и вычислять по IP. Кроме того, операторы связи видят незашифрованный трафик своих абонентов. Они способны определить, на какие сайты заходит пользователь и какие приложения запускает. Это же касается администраторов публичных Wi-Fi сетей, например, в кафе, метро, в отелях. Если вы подключены к их точке доступа без дополнительной защиты, то ваши запросы могут, если надо, передать куда, собственно, надо. Ну и есть вариант самый простой для силовиков, когда у них есть прямой доступ к вашему устройству. Например, если вы изъяли при задержании или обыске, или, например, на границе, то полиция может просто проверить историю браузера. Соавтор поправок сенатор Артем Шейкин и его коллеги, правда, заверяют, что не стоит ждать тотальных проверок гаджетов на улицах. Мол, у полиции не будет права останавливать прохожих и требовать показывать им историю поиска. Вся информация, мол, будет поступать от операторов связи по уже давно работающим механизмам, о которых мы поговорили. Так что даже без утюга и паяльника доказать факт поиска запрещенки силовикам в целом под силу. Вопрос в том, насколько массово и системно это будет делаться. Авторы законопроекта пытаются как-то успокоить людей, говорят, что обычных-то людей штрафовать пачками не планируют. Так вначале всегда говорят. Шейкин заявляет, что акцент делается прежде всего на провайдерах и платформах, а не на гражданах. Кроме того, он подчеркнул, что за простое посещение заблокированных сайтов, например, просто зайти в Инстаграм или Дискорд, наказывать не будут, прямой ответственности за это не вводят. То есть пользователь нарушит закон только если он целенаправленно искал или получил доступ к материалам, которые содержатся в списке экстремистских, его ведет Минюст. Там прям по перечням указано. Вот такая музыкальная композиция, или такое видео, или такой текст, признанный экстремистским, за доступ именно к ним или их поиск. И будут штрафовать. Просмотр же просто материалов на сайте иноагента или даже на сайте экстремистской или нежелательной организации, если этот конкретный материал не признан отдельно экстремистским, нарушением не является. Тут в целом некоторые могли бы выдохнуть, ведь никто не хочет искать экстремистские какие-то жуткие материалы. Но если что, в этом замечательном перечне, например, есть песни группы порнофильмов или того же Оксимирона. Плюс пополняется он довольно активно, поэтому бог знает, что там еще окажется. Так что даже то, как законодатель себе сейчас представляет работу этого закона и как ее описывает, и так звучит напряжно, но и с практическим применением могут быть еще большие проблемы. Во-первых, сама формулировка «умышленный поиск» подразумевает, что у пользователей был замысел, и он сознательно искал именно запрещенное, а не ввел в поиск что-то случайное или вообще искал Майнкрафт, а не Майнкрафт. Такая шуточка. Еще неясно, например, как трактовать ситуацию, если кто-то, ввел сомнительный запрос, но страница с ним не открылась. Кроме того, в этом списке экстремистских материалов сейчас 5473 позиции. И очевидно, что средний пользователь не держит в голове весь этот реестр. Из логики силовиков надо бы, чтобы не попасть под статью. И это, если что, не шутка. Глава IT-комитета Госдумы. Да, во-первых, есть такой комитет. Так и возглавляет его Боярский, сын того самого Боярского. Так вот, он всерьез рекомендует, если хотите послушать песню, сначала проверьте, нет ли ее в списке Минюста. Такой вот, я уж не знаю, список рекомендаций, что ли. Ну, то есть, прежде чем открывать Spotify, неплохо бы заглянуть в реестр с 5500 позиций, где Муцураев соседствует с тем же Оксимироном. Неплохо бы также как-то заранее знать, а не повесил ли кто-нибудь, например, свастику, она тоже запрещена, в комментарии, прежде чем их открыть. И этому всему абсурду удивилась даже интернет-омбудсмен Екатерина Мизулина. Ну, она посетовала, что а как же мы будем писать доносы на экстремизм, если мы больше не можем искать этот экстремизм в сети. Такая вот ловушка Джокера. Многие годы ты борешься со свободой в интернете, и тут тебя саму лишают хлеба насущного таким вот образом. Жалеть мы ее, конечно, не будем. Ну вот, например, Маргарита Симонян всерьез спрашивает, ну а как же нам теперь расследовать деятельность экстремистов, если даже читать их запрещено? Да и что там Симонян? Оказывается, от поправок в замешательстве даже Z-сообщество попахивает тоталитаризмом. Острая социальная тема легко может стать запрещенкой. Это только самые мягкие цитаты. И некоторые из них иронизируют, что, по всей видимости, готовимся к запуску национального мессенджера Макс. В осведомители и вовсе запаниковали. Под удар попадает не только личная свобода, но и интеллектуальный труд. Мол, как теперь изучать экстремистов и проводить анализ? В итоге даже те, кто под предлогом порядка и стабильности творил вполне себе экстремистские вещи, теперь начинают спрашивать, а точно ли мы движемся в верном направлении? На защиту поправок внезапно встала даже фигуристка Камил Валиева. Она пишет, мол, если вы специально ищете запрещенку, значит, что-то с вами не так. А если, случайно кликнули, то ничего страшного, вас никто штрафовать не будет. Она сравнивает все это с правилами дорожного движения. На красный свет никто не ездит. Вот и экстремистские сайты не ищите. В целом посыл понятен. Закручивание гаек — это не про контроль и репрессии, а просто государство вот так вот своеобразно о нас заботится. Я думаю, стоит ожидать еще не один такой пост от самых разных и неожиданных людей. В общем, с учетом всего этого можно точно прогнозировать, что поправки будут приняты. И у них будет два сценария применения. В первом силовики могут при задержаниях или обысках добавлять к букету обвинений и этот новый состав. То есть, условно, задержали активиста, проверили его телефон, нашли в истории браузера запрещенку и вдобавок оштрафовали за ее поиск. Второй же сценарий — это слежка на уровне операторов, провайдеров и интернет-платформ. И могут спускать негласный план по экстремистским запросам, как у нас это и так любят делать. И данные будут собираться и при необходимости передаваться в органы. И также порционно кого-то будут штрафовать за возможный неправильный поиск. В целом, закон этот хоть и новый, но основная масса рекомендаций по безопасности примерно такая же, как была раньше. Риски попасть под штраф, понятное дело, сильно возрастают, несмотря на все заявления чиновников. Эксперты проекта «Сетевые свободы» предупреждают, скорее всего, случаев, когда полицейский попросит на улице показать содержимое смартфона под предлогом проверки на экстремизм, станет больше. Но права на это они не имеют. В общем, отказывайтесь это делать и старайтесь вообще никому свой смартфон не давать. Убедитесь, что доступ к вашему телефону не так уж просто получить. И тут идут стандартные рекомендации. Не пользуйтесь Face ID и отпечатком пальца. Ставьте код только по паролю. И проверьте, что пароль у вас есть. То же самое касается и других гаджетов, компов и так далее. Кроме того, проверьте безопасность своих аккаунтов. Убедитесь, что там везде сложные пароли, что везде включена двухфакторка, там, где это возможно. И еще включите пин-код на сим-карте. Так будет выше шанс, что никто не зайдет в ваши аккаунты по номеру телефона. И, конечно же, никому не давайте свой телефон и не говорите пароли, даже если прям как-то сильно просят. Вы не обязаны это делать. Особенно, когда переходите границу. Там сейчас просят чаще в других местах. И на всякий случай, если вы в зоне риска или просто переживаете, лучше перед очередной поездкой почистить свой телефон. А если вы часто соприкасаетесь с опасной информацией, то стоит освоить такие технологии, как режим инкогнито в браузере, отключение истории поиска и просмотров поисковиков, истории поиска на YouTube и так далее. А может быть, вообще перейти на приватные сервисы вроде DuckDuckGo. Это приватный поисковик, который вообще не хранит никакие ваши данные. Дальше всех интересует, а будут ли штрафовать за использование VPN. Формально он все еще не запрещен. Можно. Госдума уверяет, что если вы используете VPN, скажем, чтобы подключиться к рабочему серверу, то вам вообще ничего не грозит даже по новым законам. В законе, если что, прописан штраф, но за использование программно-аппаратных средств доступа к ресурсам, доступ к которым ограничен. Формулировка эта достаточно расплывчатая, и при желании можно будет подогнать многое, но на практике, как поясняют эксперты, безопаснее всего использовать VPN с умом. Это, если что, включили VPN, зашли куда вам надо, прочитали или посмотрели это, закрыли все вкладки, связанные с этим, и только потом выключили VPN. Как предупреждает директор общества защиты интернета Михаил Климарев, если вы забыли закрыть вкладку после выключения VPN, и кто-то потом зафиксирует открытый запрещенный сайт, ваш провайдер или история поиска сохранится, то это уже может стать поводом для претензий. Поэтому вопрос не в том, запрещен ли VPN, а в том, насколько аккуратно вы им пользуетесь и насколько хотят копаться в вашей конкретной истории. Ну и важно использовать платные VPN, которые следуют строгой политике no logs, то есть вообще не хранят ваши данные. По этой же причине лучше не использовать бесплатные VPN и сервисы из так называемого белого списка разрешенных VPN. Они могут передать ваши данные. Поэтому, еще раз фиксирую, само по себе использование VPN не запрещено, и штраф, если что, будет только в том случае, если докажут, что вы искали экстремистские материалы, используя VPN. А доказать это технически довольно сложно. А вот что действительно будет штрафоваться, это распространение рекламы этих VPN-сервисов. Проблема в том, что под словосочетанием распространение рекламы подразумевается не только вот прям вы взяли и сняли ролик или сделали интеграцию или рекламный пост. Фактически под это можно подтянуть любую информацию о способах обхода блокировки. Так уже работает с предыдущим запретом VPN, только теперь есть еще и штрафы, а до этого просто пытались блокировать. В отличие от штрафов за поиск запрещенки, там всего 5000, тут штрафы будут больше, от 50 до 80 тысяч для физлиц и до 500 000 для юрлиц. Представим, сын или дочь объясняют маме, как поставить VPN, чтобы та могла смотреть любимые сериалы. Или помогает бабушке зайти в Телеграм, где у нее дачный чатик. Или в этом же дачном чатике кто-то рассказывает, как открыть заблокированный сайт. Все это, конечно, в теории может быть трактовано как реклама способа обхода блокировок. Но понятное дело, что тут вопрос в публичности и в нужности вас конкретно. Насколько широкая аудитория увидит или услышит эту информацию и дойдет ли она до силовиков. Вряд ли они будут мониторить все дачные чатики или подслушивать частные разговоры. Они, может быть, и хотели бы, но, слава богу, не могут. Эти штрафы скорее направлены на сами сервисы, нежели на пользователей. Проект «Сетевые свободы» указывает, что эта норма фактически объявляет охоту на популярные в последнее время микро-VPN и другие инструменты, позволяющие обходить цензуру. Потенциально это может задеть почти всех, кто так или иначе говорит о технологиях и интернете на широкую аудиторию. В первую очередь это спикеры, те же журналисты, которые работают из-за границы и делают такую либо рекламу, либо просто объясняют читателям, как открыть заблокированные материалы и как пользоваться VPN, и рекомендуют конкретные. Вот их могут штрафовать и довольно массово, как это происходит, например, с инагентскими нормами. Но вряд ли многие сильно обеспокоены этим, находясь в эмиграции и уже имея пакет уголовок. Но, в принципе, любой публичный рассказ о VPN может попасть под рекламу. Роскомнадзор, например, еще в прошлом году прямым текстом заявил о запрете даже научной и технической информации о VPN. Другой крупный пласт — это, очевидно, айтишный. Многие программисты, инженеры, ученые вынуждены пользоваться VPN и распространять о нем информацию своим коллегам, чтобы получать доступ к важным зарубежным ресурсам. Это GitHub, библиотеки, облачные сервисы. Эти инструменты часто бывают заблокированы Роскомнадзором, и единственный способ работать — это VPN. Тут тоже разводить панику рано. Лишний раз убедитесь, что не передаете информацию о VPN как-то публично на больших площадках. Ну а пользоваться вполне можете продолжить, если вы проверили, что ваш сервис действительно нормальный и не сливает ваши данные.
Secure the perimeter. Keep your eyes open.
Ну и третий пункт, по сути, упрощенная процедура признания кого-нибудь или чего-нибудь экстремистом. По словам адвоката Калоя Хильгова, признание какого-либо объединения экстремистским теперь перестает быть самостоятельной процедурой. Достаточно признать экстремистом кого-то одного, кто входит в это объединение. Такой механизм нарушает все представления о здравом смысле и даже Конституцию РФ, а именно принцип индивидуальной ответственности, который закреплен в 49-й статье. Кроме того, приравняли юридические лица и неформальное объединение. По сути, просто законом закрепили уже действующую практику. Вспомните тот же запрет некой организации ЛГБТ, которой, как мы понимаем, не существует. И никакого ни юрлица, ни даже неформального объединения общего никогда не было. Конечно, это широкое поле для злоупотреблений со стороны силовиков, но теперь не надо судиться с организацией, чтобы ее запретить. Таким образом, новая процедура сильно ускоряет и облегчает признание групп экстремистскими. Все это, увы, но напоминает постепенный переход к белорусскому сценарию. Там уже несколько лет как подписка на экстремистский ресурс приравнивается к участию в экстремистском сообществе. Просто читаешь и уже попадаешь под уголовную статью до 7 лет лишения свободы. И вот мы, похоже, движемся той же тропой, но аккуратно. Уголовки пока нет, только небольшие штрафы. Но для российского законодательства эти поправки действительно революционны. Это первый раз, когда ответственность вводят не против автора контента или того, кто его распространяет, а против потребителя, того, кто ищет, читает, смотрит. Скорее всего, работать это все будет точечно, но рандомно и непредсказуемо. Репрессии в современной России именно так работают, чтобы отбить желание чем-нибудь таким заниматься. Тут важно именно запугать всех, а не всех посадить или всех оштрафовать. В стране просто нет столько полицейских и силовиков, чтобы эти штрафы просто оформить. Это в целом не нужно. Так уже работает с законами по военной цензуре. Выступали против войны и рассказывали, например, о преступлениях российской армии сотни тысяч человек, а уголовных дел сотни. Но никто сейчас не может предсказать, а за кем придут. За хирургом или врачом детской поликлиники, а за московским депутатом или региональным художником или музыкантом. Важно создать ощущение, что прийти могут к каждому. И тогда люди будут сами бояться высказываться и что-то делать. Каждому, конечно, черный воронок не приедет, но каждый будет бояться. Новые поправки, конечно, не повод паниковать. Мы в России с такими законами сталкиваемся не первый раз и уже как-то привыкли к такому и знаем базовые правила безопасности. Но впадать в апатию тоже нельзя. Нельзя отмахиваться и говорить, мол, меня это не коснется или ничего за это не будет. Репрессивные законы — это всегда проблема. Привыкать к этому нельзя. А вот что можно и нужно делать, так это противодействовать. Помните о цифровой безопасности, проверьте все настройки. Можно отключать историю поиска в браузере, автозаполнения, не открывать лишнего, не оставлять в открытых вкладках ничего. По возможности используйте приватные поисковики и VPN, у которых нет российских серверов. В Телеграме, если что, можно отключить историю чатов, а в Ютубе историю просмотров. Да, все это, конечно, не панацея, но базовая осторожность все-таки не помешает. Берегите себя. Советы это, по сути, те же, которые были и в прошлых законопроектах. Но не позволяйте себе привыкнуть ко всей этой несправедливости. Надеюсь, у вас все будет хорошо. Пока.
Green and yellow women or gay women for short. Quoted from. No.
I have no clue how to use.
No. I'm almost done. I'm almost done. What? What? Ma? What? Moya, more fire. More fire. No. Okay. I don't know why, but he stops barking when I like scold him like an Asian mom. He, like every time I scold him like an Asian mom, he just like walks away. It works every time. What the f? Dad is bilingual? Bro, even the dog is if a dog is smarter than you because he's bilingual. Think of the magenta soup, but you think your dog speaks Chinese? It's because like he grew up with me and my parents, so like my parents still speak Chinese to him, and then I'd speak Chinese, and then like, and he knows he's been a bad boy when I pull out the Cantonese. Yeah, if English doesn't work, do it again with Cantonese. English just isn't threatening enough, guys. The English language is not threatening enough, guys. When an Asian okay, you know you're in big trouble when they pull out the Cantonese or Chinese, because Cantonese you can say something like really mundane, but it sounds like it sounds like I'm yelling at you. Like I can make it sound like I'm yelling at you in Cantonese, because we can make it sound super harsh even though it's like something like, you know, super mundane. Yeah, it's the tone. Yeah, example, I'll be like, "Why, that sounded like really mean." But what I said was, "Hey, did you know today you did really good?" And I literally said, "Did you know today?" I was like, "Hey, today you did really good." But I said, like, it just sounded super harsh. Yeah. What did you say to me? Oh. Yeah, it sounded like I scolded you, but I told, like, in Cantonese you can make it sound like super harsh. Yeah, it's an aggressive compliment. I'm sorry. Cantonese golden voice pack for us. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you. Maybe in the future. Maybe. Woo! Yeah, baby! I second the Doki Kanto scolding voice pack. This is my advanced deposit. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you. Hello, Doki. Every time you speak Cantonese to Dad, it's very familiar. It's like parents I see on the street in Hong Kong. Hey, Doki, I've also been a bad dragoon. He called me a moron in Cantonese. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you. I'll think about it.
Good day, Lord Phaeton.
But maybe instead of that I go for...
Let's fire it up. Is the concert starting?
Okay.
Wanna be my research subject?
We fighting? Take me. Need a fortune telling?
Do you want me to fight?
We're up, Hue!
First one should be. And the second one is this one.
Welcome to the channel. The channel is called Mr. Biscuit Speaks, and this is a channel where we search for insights and epiphanies that are hidden in the music or the content that we dig deeply into. It is the wisdom of God to conceal a matter, or wisdom of kings to search it out. We do king's work. Listen, I got a super chat yesterday from a subscriber. Thank you very much. If you ever choose to super chat or, financially support, buy me a cup of coffee, all that stuff is super appreciated. It helps the channel a lot. And he said to me, why don't you look up Bo Burnham? And I'm like, okay, look up Bo Burnham. I got some time, it's early in the morning, and with a name like Bo, how much provenance could be given to? Bo seems relatively innocent. Let's see what's going on. Let's see what Bo has to say to us. Real time.
Welcome to the internet. Have a look around. Anything that brain of yours can think of can be found. We've got mountains of content, some better, some worse. If none of it's of interest to you, you'd be the first. Welcome to the internet, come and take a seat. Would you like to see the news or any famous women's feet? There's no need to panic, this isn't a test. Just nod or shake your head and we'll do the rest. Welcome to the internet, what would you prefer? Would you like to fight for civil rights or tweet a racial slur? Be happy, be horny, be bursting with rage. We got a million different ways to engage.
Bo, you have to relax. You have to relax. He's 100% right so far. I mean, this is with the very easy for the mind to catch up with that pattern, so that we can just kind of background it and really pay attention to what he's saying. Very clever lyricist, by the way, as well. The user engagement platform, the algorithm, was just given a very simple task. This must have been 15 to 20 years ago. Maximize user engagement. 3 words. Maximize user engagement. That was the task given to the algorithm, and I think within 5 to 10 years, it made the entire planet a user engagement platform. Presidents are now decided by how much they can attract user engagement, regardless of what exactly it is they say. And look, user engagement is typically geared toward things which cause you to be either fearful or horny or ashamed, maybe.
Fuck, man. What a great fucking song.
Want to know what my biggest pet peeve is in every single internet discourse? It's people missing the point. And this goes for both sides of the argument, both on the defense and on the offense. People end up talking about the wrong things, be it intentional or not, and the entire argument gets obfuscated. Sorry if I sound upset while recording this, but in truth I am. I was taken from my reading of my new favorite textbook, Algorithms by Jeff Erickson. It's a great read, much better than my previous textbooks, and forced by my own volition to make a video about this. It's because I keep seeing video after video on pirate software, and every time I do, I see people lose sight of the main issue. It's not about the code. The code is part of the issue, but analyzing and reviewing and fixing its code is asinine. Heartbound is fine, it runs fine, its code serves its purposes fine. So then, what is the issue? Well, the issue is not just the code, it's who the code is written by and who he claims to be. Before I get into this, I would like to immediately make my stance crystal clear. I dislike pirate software. I think he's an arrogant fraud, and the way that he's being called out by the YouTube community is deeply pleasing to me. I just want to get that out of the way. Now back to my argument. I want you all to notice how, even though Undertale's code is disgusting, nobody's making callouts in code reviews of Toby Fox. Nobody has called out RobTop for the often hacky code of Geometry Dash. What is the difference between those indie developers and Thor? The issue is who Thor claims to be. What I see many of the newer drama videos lacking is an acknowledgement that, regardless of if Thor's code works, it is extremely unbecoming of his supposedly 20 years of experience developer. Many of the latest videos on the topic deal with looking at the performance of Heartbound, seeing if it can or can't be run on a smart fridge, criticizing the gameplay or story, etc. These videos, I feel, completely miss the point of the drama, and they don't do justice to where this all started. Stop killing games. I'm gonna shift my attention to a video I saw saying that Heartbound's code was fine. It's this video here. It's a pretty good watch. I'll link it in the description. Please don't hate on this creator. I actually quite like their video. Most of the points that were made in this video are correct, though only in a vacuum. Thor's code isn't that bad, especially for what you'd see in indie game development, where developers often aren't trained software engineers or equivalent. Although I am talking out of my ass here, I genuinely have no clue. I'm just kind of assuming given how many Zero to Hero stories there are, think Undertale, Stardew Valley. Well, that's probably just confirmation bias. I'm sure there are a lot of trained software engineers that became indie game developers. Point is, Thor's code isn't that bad, what you'd see compared to other indie games, and it definitely works for his purposes in Heartbound. I do have some problems with the last point that was made in his video regarding the giant array, but I'm not going to get into it here because it's a bit more technical. His code is definitely functional, and it works for the purposes of Heartbound, but that isn't the point. Whether or not his game can run on a smart fridge, whether or not there's a semantic difference between using true or false and 0 and 1, whether or not the magic numbers in his code affect readability, the issue is not that. The issue is that his code is unprofessional. And not only is his code unprofessional, but it's written by someone who claims to be some sort of expert. Thor claims to be some uber dev, 20 years of experience, Bob Ross of programming elite hacker, and yet he writes code like I did when I was 10 years old creating Roblox studio games, immediately jumping to the obvious solution instead of planning out a scalable design. He writes code like the kids that I teach who don't understand the importance of using a Boolean literal or an enum over a number literal even if they're semantically the same thing, who don't understand the importance of making sure that every line of code is readable at first glance. Think about this. He is supposedly a developer with 20 years in the industry writing production code, and yet he shows design knowledge that I was showing when I was 10 years old. You learn about nested structures in your first year of high school computer science, and yet Thor has naively opted for a giant array over a struct or whatever else GML offers. While I'm on the topic of GML, I want to avoid any of the, you haven't used GML, it's so much more limited than whatever language you've used. Here's a better implementation of a storyline array using only variables and arrays, two things that GML definitely had when Thor started this project. I use JavaScript in writing, as both JavaScript and GML are dynamically typed languages. Feel free to pause and read the comments I left in my code that explain how my system works and how to maintain it, along with some other issues Thor has brought up in the past and how my system works around them. Feel free to skip if you don't care about a technical explanation. And then, after writing code that is reminiscent of Baby's first video game, he has the audacity to use his experience to claim to be an authority on game development related issues like Stop Killing Games, an incredibly important petition for the future of video games. And that there is the issue with pirate software. It's not that his code is bad, it's that his code proves he is a fraud who acts like an authority on game development, even though he has as much experience as a teenager making their first passion project. So the next time he uses his experience to appeal to his own authority in an argument, you should mentally associate him with a little kid writing their first Hello World program and bragging to their friends that they're a hacker.
I guess
I'll protect you from any danger. Ooh, the stage will be
because
mine.
it's rusty better.
Securing the perimeter.
All exits are now sealed.
This song is dedicated to the world.
Securing the perimeter. All exits are now sealed.
This one's for you.
Sorry, no one will pass me.
Alright guys, hype news for Zone 0. We finally have it. One of the idol characters from the Angels of Delusion faction is now officially inside the game with the latest 2.1 version update. So for this video, let's talk about what this means regarding the new faction's release date, all the new idol characters on the way, and everything we know about them, like their gameplay info and designs. Let's go over everything about the incoming Angels of Delusion faction in this video. Also remember, I'm currently doing a free Battle Pass giveaway on the channel since we just got into the new 2.1 summer update, and it's pretty simple to enter. All you have to do is be subscribed, like the video, and then leave a comment for one entry, max one entry per person, and the rules will also be in the comments down below. And for those who subscribed, you'll also be kept updated with all the latest Zenless news 24/7 right here on the channel, as we still have a lot to cover for this week, so make sure to not miss out. But let's not waste any time and get right into it. We finally have the Angels of Delusion character, previously known as the Idols faction, finally in the game with a look at her in-game model. One of them has been teased, which I believe this one is called Shinatsu. I do remember in the dev livestream, before the 2.0 update came out, the devs mentioned that the Idols faction would be part of the game sometime in the 2.x versions, and luckily, we did not have to wait too long, as we already have Shinatsu full in-game model available to us starting the 2.1 version update. Now what does this mean for the release date of the Angels of Delusion faction? As you know, we are expecting the 2.2 drip marketing to be this week, since they typically drop it after a brand new update. And from what we saw in the roadmaps, we gathered that Seed and Orpheus are set to be the 2.2 S-rank banners, which now brings us to the 2.3 version update, from when we can expect the idols to finally drop in the game and become playable characters. What they did with Shinatsu is very similar to what they previously did when it comes to teasing new characters. Because remember, if we go back, we saw that the very first time they teased Jufufu was in the 1.6 version update, which is 2 patches before the release date in the 2.0 version update. They also did a similar thing with characters like Yugo and Vivian being teased in the 1.5 version update event, set to release a bit later, 2 patches later for 1.7. And lastly, we also had teasers for Astra, Yao, and Evelyn that were also teased in 1.4, which is 1 patch before their release in the 1.5 version update. All that to say is, if we follow the previous patterns, Angels of Delusion faction is right around the corner, set to release within the next 2 patches. So pretty exciting news. I definitely did not expect the Angels of Delusion to be in the game already for 2.1. This means they're really on the way very soon. Now let's talk about all the characters we can expect and what do we know about them. This is where things are a lot less confirmed, but here is all the characters that could be releasing. First off, the Angels of Delusion consist of 3 characters. We've had leaks about them for a few months now. We even had a ton of info on them, like info on their personalities, their playstyle elements. Pretty much everything came out, so we were definitely expecting them to be dropping pretty soon. But here's what they look like. So this is the 3 characters. We've got Shinatsu, which is the character that got teased. Then we also have the other character in the middle. We have Yutani. And lastly, this is going to be Kigi Serial. So these are all the Angels of Delusion faction characters. And whether all of these are S ranks or maybe one of them is A rank is still undecided. We could see them doing 2 S ranks and 1 A rank. But from what is expected, all these characters should be incoming playable S rank banners. Alright, now going over what we know about these characters, starting with Chinatsu, the character that was teased inside the game first. So Chinatsu is said to be an incoming support character, and for her element, it is still unclear. There's a lot of speculation going around that she might be a new Rupture support.
Finally.
Hi there! I'm Uki Nami Yuzuha! Find a treasure, or growing bright. Reach out for it and take a flight. Lucky or not, at least you tried. Chin up, and yourself confined. No doubt, face on your side. You're chosen, so enjoy the ride. There are things you can control. Fortune's fickle, that's his role. Embrace the result, stop keeping score. That's the essence, life's true goal. Not just trails and battles tough. Go take and joy in simple stuff. Even when it's getting rough, take it easy, having fun is just enough. Yeah, the shining golden side. Let your inner spark ignite. Find a treasure, or growing bright. Reach out for it and take a flight. Lucky or not, at least you tried. Chin up, and yourself confined. No doubt, face on your side. You're chosen, so enjoy the ride. There are things you can control. Fortune's fickle, that's his role. Embrace the result.
Your fortune seems pretty good lately. Need a fortune telling? Your fortune seems pretty good lately.
Where are we going? There's no class today. Got a new ghost story to share? I can't wait to hear the sound of the sea. Where are we going? There's no class today.
Okay, so she is officially
Got a new ghost story to share?
a schoolgirl. To be fair, I like her default costume a lot.
I can't wait to hear the sound of the sea.
And this is bullshit.
Where are we going? There's no class today.
No, to be fair, her boobs look ridiculously big here. I would expect her to have much bigger boobs on her main costume.
I can't wait to hear the sound of the
With
sea.
a squish like that. Like it doesn't
Where are we
make
going?
sense.
There's no class
Personally.
today.
Alright, Kabun Nitakanon, obviously. Yeah, makes sense. Wait, this specifically should increase. Offensive passive, store evasive assist. Increase damage, 10 seconds. Quick assist.
May be super good for Yuzuan, but previously it was stated that this character was going to be the next big ice support character. So it's between ice and rupture when it comes to her support capabilities. And now the next character coming out for this faction is Yutane, the robot girl, which has a very interesting concept. She will be a transformation character. So she has both the human form and the base robot form, where she can then transform to the more human-like form in battle, and this will potentially unlock new animations and moves, which sounds pretty cool. So a character with two forms, and you guys can see the transformation here as well as the other two girls. But for Yutane, we have the robot form, and then right beside her, the model where with the arrow pointing at it is basically her transformation form. So her human form, which does look pretty good. Also, this art did come out a while ago, but given how they basically kept the same exact designs for Chinatsu and game model, we can take it that the other two will look the same as well. Now for Yutane, regarding her element, she's said to be the next Ether Anomaly character. And now lastly, we have Rukudu Serial. She will be a playable stun unit. Her playstyle is also described as being both close combat and range combat. So a melee and rage type unit, which would kind of be similar to Haramasa. Haramasa uses a bow and swords, so that unit is going to be pretty cool as well. To me, this is my most hyped faction so far. Big fan of the transformation type characters, and overall, all their designs stand out. Big fan of Rukudu Serial as well. I know with all the info here we have on these characters, it was only a matter of time until the Angels of Delusions came out. And now finally, we have a teaser in the game with Chinatsu and game model, giving us confirmation on the Idols faction, or should I say the Angels of Delusion faction, finally being playable for the 2.3 version update. And also regarding more information about the Idols faction, it's pretty funny how this concept art got revealed, as it was previously leaked online, and instead of covering up the leaks and ignoring them, the designers simply decided to instead would be better to acknowledge their existence and release all the pre-release artwork in the public. This is why we knew that the Idols faction was coming for a while now. For nearly a whole year we've had this artwork. And also regarding the leader of the Angels of Delusion faction group, it will be the character with the hint of pink at the tip of her hair, which seems to be the only character that has this is Rukudu Serial. So she'll basically be the leader of the group. It feels like I've been talking about them since forever on the channel, so this is pretty exciting. You guys let me know down below, are you guys hyped for the Idols faction as I am? What are your plans going into the next few updates? Let me know down below. Also, don't forget to enter the giveaway. Rules will be in the comments as well. But that is all the idols info for today. So stay tuned as we should be getting the 2.2 drip marketing very soon, featuring Orpheus and Seed. Or maybe a good surprise would be the idols faction coming out early, but everything points to them coming out for the 2.3 version update. So I hope you guys enjoyed. If you did, feel free to like and subscribe, put this over on. It will help you guys see my videos right away whenever we get massive updates for Zone 0. Thank you guys for watching, and I'll see you all in the next one.
Come on, attack percent. Come on, crit. Double pen. Not sure. Attack percent? Oh. So maybe not even anything. Crit damage, crit rate, and oh. Come on, attack percent. Flat attack. Not sure. Well, I just realized that this is not the best option for her. She needs attack percent. Lots of attack percent. So maybe this one.
Where are we going? There's no class today.
Music store.
Afternoon sun is exceptionally pleasant.
like the rich oral aroma of a tune in D minor. Your fortune seems pretty good. Like,
Got a new ghost story to share?
Come on, remember my filter, please. Attack percent. Anomaly mastery, please. Anomaly proficiency, please. No. Anomaly proficiency, please. Let's go up to 9. And hope for attack percent. Nope. Like, it can be as good as this one, but why bother if it can't be better? Oh, come on, double attack. No. F. And since it's F in chat, for everyone, I'm going back here. Anomaly proficiency, crit damage. The percent double crit. What attack? Look at this belly. Physical. Well, I'm glad I haven't destroyed it. Great bit of it. Maybe this. Crit rate, attack, here we go. Come on. Give me crit damage. Hmm. Well, I mean... Ooh. Conquer damage, man. All right, it's fine. Now the question is, those two are the best options for me. Well, double pen. Whatever, man. This is a bit better, technically. And let's just give her... just a new thing. Oh, oh, of course. She's level 0.
Where are we going? There's no class today.
Ooh. That's a different hair. Piece seems the same. Serious, tada, ay. But a hair is completely different hair.
Need a fortune telling?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Oh, yes. Those are all the accessories. Yay.
Hi everyone. I've seen people online discussing the topic of pirate software and his programming skills.
The fuck is this video?
Zenless Zone Zero is a game that I imagine many of you have heard of, but likely don't play due to multiple reasons. I truly believe
Hey y'all, want to know how to build and play Yuzua without watching a 30 minutes to an hour documentary on her? I got you guys. She's pretty easy to understand. First, for the mats to farm, it's been available in the game after 2.1 livestream ended. It's in the proxy tools. When using Yuzua's X special attack, Yuzua and Kama, which is her companion, will throw out this like candy bomb, and as you can see, it jizzes into this thing called Sweet Scare, which lasts up to 40 seconds. Now during that time, your whole squad will have up to 1200 attack, which is based off 40% of your initial attack. To see your initial attack, just go to the character window, and not only just the attack, you get a plus 15% damage increase. So that's 2 buffs for your whole team. There's more if you fulfill her core passive additional ability. And what this additional ability does is after you have 100 anomaly mastery, every point of anomaly after the 100 up to 200 gives your whole squad increased anomaly build-up rate, anomaly damage, as well as disorder damage. We're going to talk about her signature Wenjin later, but without her signature Wenjin, she can get up to about 170 anomaly mastery, which is going to be about 14% anomaly build-up rate, 14% additional anomaly damage, as well as 14% additional disorder damage. To about 170 anomaly mastery, which is going to be about 14% anomaly build-up rate, 14% additional anomaly damage, as well as 14% additional disorder damage. let me explain it like you're a 5-year-old. I love hearing these kind of explanations for other games that I don't really like min-max. So you get on Yuzua and she throws down her X special, and that's gonna create Sweet Scare. It buffs your team. Also, it debuffs the enemy. Now, by using X special, you're gonna prompt a quick assist so you can switch to the next agent. And when you switch and attack with that on-field agent, your main anomaly carry, whatever the element of the agent that you just switched into, Yuzua is going to match that. So the debuff is going to change colors. It's going to match to the first agent that you swapped and attacked with. So let's say you were on Yuzua, you X special, you quick assisted into Miyabi and started attacking with Miyabi. You see that Sweet Scare, it's going to change colors to blue. Also, she's like this hyper zoomer that likes to eat candy, and every 8 seconds she's going to eat one. Yum. So basically, Sweet Scare, the debuff you're seeing, helps with anomaly. Is going to change color. I love here. These kind of explanations.
So quick context, I want to talk about this video where Coding Jesus critiques Pirate Software's code. I don't condone or endorse Coding Jesus, I just have issues with this video. Also, I don't really like Pirate Software. I think he's kind of rude, but that's not what the point of this video is. I'm making this because this video is missing a lot of context and really misrepresents Pirate Software's code, and I just want to go over that. For a quick background on me, I don't consider myself good at coding, but I make small web games in GameMaker. I won a game jam and a contest with my games, so I consider myself decent at game design. But back to the video, here's the first point that Coding Jesus makes. He talks about magic numbers and how that affects readability, which is correct, but the code he's critiquing, as you can see, is a built-in GameMaker function, and that's where his argument kind of falls apart. Like, I have the function here in GameMaker. If you just click the numbers in the function, it opens up this thing in the bottom where it shows you the labels and like what each variable is. So if I were to remake this function with variables instead of magic numbers, like, dude, this is insane. Like, why would anyone make it like this? This is crazy. They're already labeled. I don't blame Coding Jesus on this. I can tell he doesn't use GameMaker based on what he's saying in the video. But another point I want to bring up is that these are built-in GameMaker functions. These aren't things that Pirate Software made. They came with GameMaker. The point of these functions is that they're quick and dirty and easy to use. So while, yes, it is correct coding practice to like meticulously label and like have everything nice and organized, but with the way it's set up in GameMaker, the readability is already fine if you don't label them. So if you did label them, it'd just be kind of extra. There's a time and place for doing that, but I think it's perfectly reasonable not to. In the example code they show you, they don't label it as well. The next point he makes is pretty similar. He has issues with these alarms and how they aren't labeled either, but as you can see, if you look to the left, the labels are right there. Like, it's not that bad. It's not perfect. Maybe he should label them in the event itself, but you get the idea, right? Like, it's far from bad. This code is fine. Alarms are another built-in GameMaker thing. The idea is that it condenses this code into just one simple line you can do. And while alarms do passively have bad readability, the point is that they take this simple code that's like kind of annoying to set up and they just make it even simpler and easier, right? You can make the argument that he just shouldn't use them in general, but the code that alarms condense is already so simple and whatever. So condensing it into something simpler is just like not a big deal. Like, who cares? Okay, so Pirate Software's code isn't perfectly organized. It isn't using proper programming standards, right? But I don't know, man. The way Coding Jesus, like, yes, you should use false instead of 0 under booleans, but in the grand scheme of things, let's be honest with each other, it's fine. It's not a big deal. For the last point, he critiques this giant code thing, and I think this is the main takeaway people got from the video. Whenever I see someone clowning on Pirate Software's code, it's usually a screenshot of this thing. And my issue is that while this code, again, isn't perfect, it's like 80% the way there. At best, you could replace the number with like an enum or a struct or whatever to have it be a word instead of a number, so it's easier to look at. That'd be great. But outside of that, the other change he recommends is having it in a separate file so you can change things live. And while that is nice, because it's in a separate file, if I search in GameMaker, you couldn't search, it wouldn't include those files because they're in a separate file, right? So I don't even think that change is strictly good. Like, there's kind of trade-offs on that change. But in the end, if you have hundreds of things that are related to each other and you need the granularity to change each part individually, label each part individually, big array is kind of how you do that. Like, you could use a different data structure, but in the end, you're gonna have big thing that holds all these things, and it's gonna be big and annoying and cumbersome. You'll see online like, oh, isn't it crazy that all the dialogue in Undertale's in one giant switch statement? Oh, isn't it crazy that all the jokers in Bellatra are holding one giant file? If I have hundreds of unique things and I need the granularity to change all of them, it's gonna be a big file. Like, I'm sorry, that's just how it's gonna be. I keep seeing on Reddit and Twitter where it's like, oh, Yandev code, he doesn't know about for loops. But with a for loop, you can't individually change each thing, which is what he's doing. Like, in general, I just really don't like the precedent this video sets. I think nitpicking over minor organizational issues is just weird. Also, if you ignore the organization issues, it's okay code. Like, it's not perfect. Again, it's not perfect. I literally don't like pirate software, but dude, this code is fine. It's okay code. If you look at the top comments, you can tell even a lot of his viewers are kind of iffy on it. So here's a snippet from a conversation I had with my friend Luther. They are a professional programmer, and they helped a ton with this video, so everyone say thank you, Luther. I just really like this bit here. I think it's a good summarization of how I feel about pirate software's code.
Всем здорово! Поздравьте меня с, увы, баном. И пока у меня было пару дней, чтобы ознакомиться с Юдзуха, я нашел множество комбинаций, ротаций, неочевидных синергий, и это все пиздеж. Ибо Юдзуха — это вторая Астрояо, которая встает в любую команду, геймплейно от тебя ничего не требует и встает как сильнейший саппорт во все аномальные команды. Для вас, я уверен, это не новость, но чтобы воткнуть ее в команду, вам нужно... Да нет, вам не нужно знать ее скиллсет. Так что для галочки посмотрим на скиллсет и как ее собирать. Герой ебануто сильный саппорт с пивными ноточками. Извиняюсь, если что за шум, на улице, блять, 30 градусов. Все время ищите, где купить подписочку на любимую игру поддержки. Юзуха по своему геймплею очень схожа с Астрояо. Ну то есть, у нее нет геймплея, а все свистоперделки, которые происходят на экране, происходят без вашего вмешательства. Но хоть вы и не будете выходить на Юдзухе, пощеголять своим пляжным скинчиком, вам все равно нужно знать, что она дает команде, какие нереальные свамп-комбо на ней можно оформить. Но всем похуй, так что давайте на жопу посмотрим. Основной прикол Юдзухи, помимо накопления аномалий, заключается в колоссальных бубсах и бафах, разумеется, которые она предоставляет команде. После ее усиленных особых атак и ультимейта Юдзуха накладывает на врага дебаф и дает команде 40% от своей атаки, максимум это может быть 1200 атаки, для которых вам нужно 3000 атаки на ракуне и 15% дэмэдж бонуса. Баф это длится 40 секунд, то есть он перманентный. Как ебанули, так он, блять, и до конца боя останется. И это только первая половина бафов, которые она раздает команде. Для примера, Астра заливает столько же атаки и чуть больше дэмэдж бонуса, а Цезарь заливает 1000 атаки и 15% дэмэдж бонуса. А это только начало, ребята. Бафы здоровенные, безусловно, как ее бидоны, блять, когда я остановлюсь. Мне нужен секс. Но мы тут пришли посмотреть на доп-аномалию, которую она накладывает. Ну или на ее саму пришли посмотреть, какая девочка миленькая. Но пока давайте вернемся к дебафу, который она накладывает с особой атаки и ультимейта. Этот дебаф, как вы возможно заметили, наносит периодический урон и стакает аномалию на противника. Эту аномалию можно перекрасить в нужную. Если ваш активный персонаж въебет своей аномалией по противнику, то дополнительный урон перекрасится в элемент этого персонажа. О май гад, Поко. Работает это с любым элементом, и чернилами, и морозом. Юзухе вообще поебать. Я старенький енотик. Однако перекрашивается элемент единожды, то есть чтобы поменять покраску, вам нужно въебать навыком или ультимейтом повторно. Однако сам периодический урон не может вызвать ни аномалию, ни прокнуть хаос, ну что логично. А накладываемая аномалия вот этим доп уроном не учитывается в формуле урона. Что это значит? Ну чтобы не душить. Урон аномалии зависит от ваших статов, это понятно, ну и от того, сколько аномалий накинул персонаж. Допустим, если крыса закинула аномалию на 100%, тогда она въебет, блять, что ёбла потрескается. А если крыса накинула 50%, 50% и Билли Джин еще 50%, тогда урон драматически соснет, ибо урон поделился между статами Джейндо и Билли, который непонятно вообще что забыл в команде. С Юдзухой, считаю, у вас будет такой же урон, как будто бы аномалию накладывал один персонаж, а не два. Почему это важно? Ну вот у вашей подруги будет 3000 атаки, чтобы раздавать максимальный бонус. Если бы она участвовала в накоплении аномалий как дефолтный чар, тогда все бы ваши аномалисты заметно соснули, ибо они хоть и накопили бы аномалию побыстрее, но урон бы упал до уровня Алексея, блядь, Шевцова. Проще говоря, этот доп урон просто помогает вашей команде настакать нужную аномалию побыстрее, не снижая ее урон своим вкладом в накопление полоски. Надеюсь, все поняли. И снова наши любимые стаки, давно мы к ним не возвращались. На этот раз это какие-то леденцы, чи конфетки, чи я, блядь, английский не знаю. Юдзуха лутает 2 конфетки с ультимейта и особой атаки. Одну конфетку с цепочки атак, помощи в защите и с зажатой базовой атаки. Но зачем нужны эти конфетки? Каждый раз, когда ваш активный персонаж въебывает по противнику, Юдзуха прокручивается на своем зонтике и оформляет автошок атаку, тратя одну конфеточку. Первый скилл и третий, блядь! Ее авторшок запускается с кулдауном 8 секунд, так что спамить, увы, не выйдет. Эта прокрутка накидывает дохуя аномалий, и что самое главное, она накидывает покрашенную аномалию. То есть накидывали вы ледяным доп уроном, и после срабатывания авторшока она также въебет ледышкой. Причем эта прокрутка охуенно стягивает трэш. Слава богу, все больше и больше стяжек появляется, а то, блядь, смотреть за киберкотлетами просто больно. И остальной скиллсы. Базовые атаки вы не будете использовать, разве что пару раз халду нажмете. Когда Юдзуха ебашит халду, она встает в защитную стойку с зонтиком, которая работает как помощь в защите. Если враг вам въебет вот в это окно длительностью в 1,5 секунды, Юдзуха оформит помощь в защите и получит одну конфетку. Но помимо стаков вы также можете выйти с этой атаки на почти авторшок атаку. Видите вот эту коротенькую вспышку? Вот именно в этот момент вы должны въебать базовый. Тогда она оформит атаку с покрашенным элементом. Использовать ее достаточно сложно, ибо атака кастуется достаточно долго. Вы также можете въебать не в тайминг, тогда она жидкую атаку закинет, которая сильнее для физовиков, но слабее для остальных команд. В целом тычка бесполезная, ибо у нее ебаный тайминг и пошла на нахуй. Однако такая же атака работает и на дефолтную помощь в защите. И вот уже в помощи в защите.
Okay, she actually has lots of interesting stuff. Anyway, so here's the thing. Which just like the sets that have this and this filter. Just go for something. Whatever those things are. 15%, whatever. Wow. Still not even close. Base attack energy regen. Nope. But then
мы ее юзаем. И после помощи в дополнительной атаке у нее ускоренная особая атака, о которой мы прямо сейчас и поговорим. Особые атаки имеют у нее 2 формы. Первая сильная и долгая, которая триггерится после простого нажатия на кнопку. И вторая слабая, которая триггерится после быстрой помощи или уклонения. Казалось бы, ну раз вторая сильная, то юзаем ее. Но как бы не так. Ее особая накладывает аномалию и вносит свой импакт в финальный урон аномалии. Что значит, что наша Юдзуха, которая въебет дохуя физовой аномалии сильной версии, просто попустит финальный урон физовой аномалии, вызванной Джейндо или Элис какой-нибудь. Так что с физовиками ебашьте быструю версию. Меньше аномалии Юдзухи равно больше финального урона. Но если это не физовая пачка, тогда ебашьте усиленную версию. Или ту, которая нажмется, блять. Вообще похуй. Цепочка у нее дефолтная, дает одну конфетку и триггерит быструю помощь. Однако у нее очень быстрая цепура с хорошим подсасыванием аномалии. Так что с Юдзухой хочется скидывать фулл цепочку. А вот ультимейт имеет столетнюю анимацию. И хоть он и заливает 25 энергии всей команде, но что урона, что дейза в ней маловато. А длится она очень долго. Так что юзать ее или нет, зависит от вашего плейстайла. Проще говоря, импакта от нее, кроме конфеток и энергии, никакого. Последняя остановочка. Пассивка синергии. Требует аномалиста или чара той же фракции, которых пока нема. За каждую единицу контроля аномалий, превышающую 100 единиц, Юзуха будет заливать команде по 0,2% скорости накопления аномалии и урона аномалий и хаоса тоже на 0,2%. Максимум может раздать 20%, для чего нужно 200 единиц контроля аномалии, что недостижимо без сигнатурки. Увы и ах, очередной кок-блок. Но сильно не расстраивайтесь, просто, депни.
Депай, тварь.
Итого геймплей Юдзухи выглядит очень просто.
Ну вот он меня прошил. Блядь, тупая мразота ебаная, блядь. Как его зарепортить?
С усиленки и ультимейта вы накладываете периодический урон на врага и раздаете баф в команде на атаку и дэмэдж бонус. Накидываете конфетки с особых атак, ульты, помощи в защите. Последний идет в приоритете, ибо там контратака есть и триггерить их проще. Она сама будет скидывать авторшоки, накапливая аномалию из авторшока и из периодического урона. Вот в целом и все. Бля, чуть самое главное не забыл. Геймченджер ебанутый, самая ключевая механика из всех ключевых механик. Енот. И он нихуя не делает. Все, спасибо. Но вообще он сигну Люси активирует, но пока на это похуй. И давайте напоследок взглянем, что она заливает в тотале. 1200 атаки, 15% дэмэдж бонуса, 20% урона аномалий и хаоса, и скорость накопления аномалий. Дает быструю помощь с особой атаки, ульты и цепочки, ну и 25 энергии с ульты, которые вы навряд ли будете юзать. А вот ротации у нее как таковой нет. Просто скидываете ешки и съебываетесь. Единственная тонкость — это особые атаки. Желательно прожимать быструю особую атаку, доступ к которой открывается после помощи в защите, быстрой помощи или при уклонении. Она меньше аномалий накладывает, быстрее кастуется и лучше держит аптайм астрального сета. А на помощи в защите триггерите вторую версию со всеми аномалистами, кроме физовиков, из-за ее вклада в финальный урон. Итак, как там обстоят дела по сигнатуркам? Мы же с вами помним, что Юдзуха толком не вносит импакта в аномалию, но в то же самое время ей нужно целых 200 контроля аномалии для 100% бафов. Что с этим делать? И что если вам поебать на аномальных дебилов? Начнем как раз с последнего. Сигнарины. Благодаря огромному количеству тычек, в том числе от нашего дебильного енота, Юзуха сможет держать 100% аптайм на повышении урона по энеми. Пушка Рины самый сильный вариант в нон-аномали пачках. Однако Сигнарины может у вас и не быть, так что идем дальше. Сигна Астры. К сожалению, занята самой Астра Яо, но она тоже очень сильная. Также очень легко активирует 100% аптайм и очень хорошо сосет энергию. Снова благодаря быстрой помощи в скилл-сете. Сигна Люси. Лучший 4 Старконус без альтернатив. Но знаешь почему? А все это из-за мелкого енота, который и будет нашим четвертым существом. И вуаля, легчайшее 100% аптайма для величайшего. 16% атаки для всей команды. Даже не на пробудах, охуенный конус. СВО. Это БП конус, если что, а не призыв Гойда.
Жаждете подписать контракт СВО? СВО.
В чем прикол БП пушки? Ну, все вы, скорее всего, составляете команду в зависимости от уязвимости. Ну, я надеюсь. И зачастую никого, кроме Кора, вы не подбираете. Ледяной Уя, значит, Мияби, остальные два слота похуй. Но вот Юдзуха перекрашивает элемент под вашего Кора. Так что вы можете брать Юдзуху под кого угодно и просто перекрашивать элемент. А это 100% аптайм на БП пушке, что ебать как сильно. А где Сигна? Спросите вы. Мы ведь, наверное, идем снизу вверх. Нет, блять. Вот эти все конусы ебут сигнатурку. Но только в нон-аномали командах. Давайте же и на сигнатурку посмотрим. Сигна заливает 60% энергии вторым статом, дает 30 единиц контроля аномалий, которых нам как раз не хватит. Ибо с фаэтоном и шестым слотом на контроль аномалий у нас будет 170 единиц. И как раз 30-очки не хватает, чтобы достигнуть 100% бафа. Если что, без Сигны у вас будет 14% бафов, а сигнатурка все 20%. И Сигна дает 60 знаний аномалий всей команде. Если еще, все бафы будут висеть со 100% аптаймом. Их там обновлять вообще не нужно. В общем, сигнатурка, ну вы видите, для дефолтного Кора залупа. А вот для аномалиста, ебать ее рот, какая она охуенная. И знания аномалий заливают, и 6% урон на аномалию хаос, блять. И высокая база у нее, ну лялька вообще, ничего не скажешь. Но если вам похуй на аномалию, вон у вас сколько конусов. Теперь взглянем на аномалию. И список уже выглядит следующим образом. Сигна топ-1 с большим отрывом. На 12% хуже Сигна Люси. Там же и Сигна Рины, и Сигна Астра Яо. И еще на 5% хуже БП Пушка. Прогонять по второму кругу не вижу никакого смысла. Да и думаю, вы сами понимаете, что там в аномалию заливается и почему. И снова спасибо I'm Ревенусу за циферки. Крутой чел, считает нереально. Как же собирается юдзушка? Ничего удивительного в билдострое нет. Хотя я уверен, без наботы напридумывают там конфиги, что эта ляля будет в ДД-сете ебашить. Ну так вот, астральный голос, который запрогать будет не самой сложной задачей, но и не самой простой. У нее, конечно, много помощи в защите в скиллсете, но недостаточно для прям легчайшего 100% аптайма. Нужно будет задрочить немного. Также можно воткнуть свинг джаз, если вам впадло держать какой-то аптайм. А на вторые два слота идут фаэтон с контролем аномалии, чтобы вы смогли 200 единиц насобирать, которых вы не соберете, но чем больше, тем лучше. Так что если выбирать между атакой, контролем аномалии и знанием, лучше засадить себе контроль аномалии, чтобы хоть какой-то бонус лутать. По мейн статам. Четвертый слот либо атака, либо знание аномалии. Смотрите по финальным статам. Вам нужно насобирать 3000 атаки, что достижимо с четвертым слотом на знание аномалии. Но может в сабстатах вы обосретесь, тогда ставьте атаку. Пятый слот всегда атака. Элементальный урон, конечно, весело, но толку от него никакого нет. Шестой слот контроль аномалии. Пытаемся 200 выжать, все тужимся, а толку нет. В сабстатах классические аномальные приколы. Однако из-за того, что Юдзуха хуй клала на аномалию и ее урон anyway не будет влиять на биг бум вашей команды, вы можете втыкать свои охуенные куски из аномальных сетов, в которых попрокало дохуя критов. В целом это минус 5-10% ее личного урона, но в разрезе команды это сущие копейки. Так что если вы втыкаете Юдзуху к нон-аномали дебилам, кому-то по типу Мияби или вообще дефолтному кору, тогда вы можете побаловаться с критами. Разницы с аномальным билдом там не будет. А вот к аномалиям, в особенности к физовым из-за хоть какого-то вклада Юдзухи в аномалию, все же лучше ставить нормальные куски на аномалию. Но опять же, разница не настолько велика, чтобы сильно об этом париться. Чё по командам? Держитесь, ребятки, за ручки кресел. Это Астра Яо для аномалии. Вот, блять, этим буквально все и сказано. Мне даже свои и чужие тесты бесполезно приводить. Это всегда клир на 10-15 секунд быстрее или плюс 5000 в штурме. Даже, блять, без сигнатурки. Любой слот аномалий, любая вариация команды с Мияби, все, где есть аномалии, становится сильнее на мои абстрактные 15%. Это Мияби Янаги, Мияби Вивиан, в которой ты свапаешься на нужную уязвимость. Это, наверное, единственный прикол в Юдзухе, заключающийся в правильной расстановке команды. Но вы anyway хотите, чтобы приоритетно Юдзуха свапалась на вашего кора и сосал его аномалию. В нашем примере это Мияби, которая получила биг вин, особенно в штурме. В обороне, навряд ли получите какой-то буст. С Астрой anyway будет бурстить попроще. Джейн Доу и Некс Девка, которая со шпажкой. Для них это такой же топ-тир саппорт, дающий в рот Астре. Благодаря ебануто быстрому подсосу аномалии. Это Джейн Бернис Юдзуха, Джейн Вивиан Юдзуха, то же самое вообще с Элис. И туда же все вариации с Янаги, Вивиан, Грейс, Пайпер, Бернис. Блять, ну что ему соли, ебаный рот. Астра Яо для аномалии. Насколько бы поверхностно это ни звучало, что-то рассказывать про них никакого смысла не имеет. Я просто даже сказать ничего не могу. Ебет сильнее, чем Астра Яо. Ни ротации, ни хуя. Просто больше и сильнее аномалии. Что же касаемо нон-аномали команд. Блять, прикиньте. 1200 атаки и 15% дэмэдж бонуса. Это дохуя. Даже если сравнивать с Астра Яо. Все команды, в которых у вас не хватало ДД по виде Астра Яо или Цезаря, которую она anyway заменяет во всех командах. Кроме башни, разумеется. Ну, кому не похуй на башню. Везде Юдзуха будет незначительно хуже Астра Яо и сильнее Цезаря. Так что если вы, блядь, сопротивляетесь, что пиздец, все возможности выбить Астра Яо вы проебали, тогда ебаный рот, но заберите вы Юдзуху. Вам вообще похуй должно быть на аномалии. Огромный баф атаки, дэмэдж бонус, да даже ускоренное наложение аномалии, повышенный урон на ней. Это все супер универсальные бафы, даже не для аномалистов. Собирайтесь на ней там фулл криты и не забывайте про баф атаки. И идите ебите все, что там двигается. И все, что еще не выебано. Это Эвелин, Солдат 11, Акула, Энби, все, у кого нет Астра Яо, либо она закрыта за другой командой. Заменять же Астра Яо на нее, если она у вас есть и не занята, фатальная ошибка. Так что только челам с ограниченными тимами и недодепами.
Да заебался этими смайликами это отвечать.
А теперь почухаем, насколько еще можно раздуть ее уже охуенные бафы благодаря животворящему додепу. Первая конста заливает 30 энергии в начале боя, а дебаф, накидываемый особой атакой и ультой, теперь навешивает 10% среза сопротивлений на противника и заливает команде вместо 20% аномалии и прочих приколов 26%. Ну, это на фулл бафе, если есть 200 контроля аномалии. Ну, бафов они, конечно, много насрали, причем достаточно сильных. И к quality of life в виде энергии для штурма и доп damage для команды. В тотале там в районе 25% урона. Очень сильная конста для аномалий дебилов. Ну ёбаный рот, блять. Опять что ли прогреваться? Забавно, кстати, выходит. Конста говно, я ною. Конста хорошая, снова ною. Видимо, я прирожденный гача-плеер. Вторая. А вот тут они, видимо, жидкого дали. Вторая дает команде 15% дэмэдж бонуса и увеличивает скорость накопления аномалий настолько же. А когда тяжелая атака попадает по противнику, а это особая атака и ультимейт, Юзуха запускает цепочку атак. Да-да, не удивляйтесь. Вот просто так цепочку высирает посреди боя. Я думаю, не нужно говорить, насколько доп цепочка это сильная хуйня. Что для аномалистов, та же Вивиан с бутончиками, что для дефолтных коров, даже Эвелин. А эта цепочка дает ей одну конфетку и в целом снижает КД на авторшок до 6 секунд с дефолтных 8. Того у нас больше авторшоков, больше урона и больше децибелов благодаря доп цепочке. Ну, не пиздец ли это? Еще 30% урона. Очень сильная конста для всех вариаций ее команд. Но что пулить? Ёбаный того рот. Такие сильные консты и такая пиздатая сигнатурка. Конечно же сигну. Для аномалий сигна нереально сильно. А вот как затычка вместо Астрояо вам вообще должно быть похуй. Можете вообще ничего не крутить. В идеале путь должен быть таким. Сигна уже потом М2. М1 тоже пиздатая, но М2 дает ебанутый буст команде и вариативности. Что, как по мне, гораздо лучше. Итак, в тотале мы имеем Астрояо для аномалий. И этим голосом Дауна все сказано. Нет Астрояо, пулим. Ебете аномалии, у вас есть хотя бы 1-2 аномальных коров, ролим. Астра anyway сильнее во всех вариациях дефолтных коров, но Юдзуха сильнее и Люси, и Цезаря. И даже если она слабее Астры в каких-то вариациях, она опять же, как и Гашетка, и Дюфуфу, освобождает Астрояо для второй команды. В случае с аномалией у вас и так было не шибко много вариантов. Сама Юдзуха достаточно дорогой саппорт, в отличие от той же Астрояо. Но в случае с Юдзухой это скорее плюс. Ибо в Зетке чары живут 1000 лет, и выбить консты или сигну на реране, блять, сам бошенька велел. Но вот переодевать ее для каждой команды, там, в криты, в аномалию, может быть действительно заебным. Но если вам похуй на вот эти максимальные прикольчики, которые она может достигать, на мин-макс вот этот дрочный, тогда оставляйте аномальные куски вообще во все команды и похуй. Так что зачтем это за нейтралочку. Короче, герой простейший, герой сильнейший во всех аномалии. И чуть более слабая версия Астры в других пачках. В общем, вывод по ней простой. Нужно подсосать аномалии, забираем. Не нужны вам аномалисты, но нет универсальных саппортов, тогда тоже пулим. Если сапы есть, тогда Юдзуха изи скип. Все, ребята, всем спасибо. Подписывайтесь на мои социальные сети. Переходите на Twitch, где меня забанили. Ну, тогда не переходите. Все, встретимся на стримах, когда меня разбанят.
Пангинху. Come on, attack percent. No, flat attack. Eesh. Oh, come on. Money.
Welcome to a nuanced investigation into one of the most talked about controversies in the gaming world right now, the escalating drama surrounding Subnautica 2. We're diving deep for a fair and nuanced look at the situation between Krafton, Unknown Worlds, and the 3 senior developers at the heart of the controversy. This isn't about finding villains or victims. It's about understanding the complex motivations, the differing perspectives, and the intricate workings of an industry where creativity, commerce, and human relationships often collide. We'll check out the official statements, the community's reactions, and the broader industry context to get the fullest picture possible. So, welcome to the Mish Pit. Let's descend into the murky waters of the Subnautica 2 drama. The story begins in October 2021, when South Korean publisher Krafton, known for titles like PUBG, acquired Unknown Worlds Entertainment. At the time, this seemed like a promising partnership. Unknown Worlds, celebrated for its unique blend of survival, exploration, and atmospheric storytelling, would gain the resources of a larger publisher, while Krafton would expand its portfolio with a beloved and successful IP. A crucial element of this acquisition, as is common in many such deals in the gaming industry, was an earn-out clause. Reports indicate that this earn-out could be as high as $250 million, contingent on Subnautica 2 meeting certain performance targets. What makes this particularly relevant to our story is the understanding that the former leadership of Unknown Worlds, including co-founders Charlie Cleveland and Max McGuire and former CEO Ted Gill, intended to share a significant portion of this bonus with the entire development team. This was a substantial incentive not just for the executives, but for every individual who poured their passion into the game. Fast forward to July 2025. The gaming world was abuzz with news that Subnautica 2, originally slated for an early access launch in early 2024, was being delayed to 2026. This announcement, however, was quickly overshadowed by another, far more dramatic development: the sudden departure of Unknown Worlds CEO Ted Gill and co-founders Charlie Cleveland and Max McGuire. Krafton wasted no time in issuing a strong statement, laying the blame squarely on the shoulders of the departing executives. They asserted that an internal milestone review conducted in May 2025 revealed that Subnautica 2 lacked sufficient content volume and polish. Krafton claimed the game was missing key features, including 2 biomes, a leviathan, a vehicle, a game mode, and a significant portion of its narrative content. They argued that the delay was a necessary step to ensure the game met their high standards and deliver on player expectations. In an unusually harsh tone for a corporate statement, Krafton expressed a profound sense of betrayal by the former leadership, accusing them of failing to honor the trust placed in them and abandoning their responsibilities. They even went as far as to accuse Charlie Cleveland of prioritizing a personal film project over Subnautica 2's development. An interesting detail supports Krafton's note that Charlie was focused elsewhere. In April, on his filmmaking podcast, Charlie himself said he was taking a break from video games. With that confirmation, there's no reason to doubt Krafton's portrayal of his shifting priorities. This aligns with his own public statements, independent of the Subnautica drama. Krafton also disclosed that it had repeatedly asked both Charlie and Max to return to their roles as game director and technical director, respectively, but both declined. Interestingly though, in Krafton's Q3 2023 financial earnings report, the release window was listed as first half of 2025, not 2024, calling into question the later narrative that a missed 2024 deadline prompted the shakeup. Then followed a rather game-changing moment. Leaked slides from the Krafton's May 2025 milestone review were confirmed authentic by both Krafton and multiple outlets, showing internal details like cut biomes, removed leviathans, trimmed chapters, and reduced modes. These slides painted a clear picture. The game had undergone substantial content and polish cuts and was flagged as an MVP. MVP means minimum viable product. The narrative, however, quickly took another turn. Just days after Krafton's public accusations, Charlie Cleveland, speaking out on behalf of himself, Ted Gill, and Max McGuire, issued a powerful counterstatement. He confirmed that the 3 ousted executives had filed a lawsuit against Krafton. Cleveland described the situation as explosive and surreal, asserting that suing a multi-billion-dollar company was not something he desired. Cleveland directly contradicted Krafton's claims about the game's readiness. He maintained that Subnautica 2 was, in their view, ready for early access release. He explained that developers live for this kind of moment, putting their work into players' hands, and that the only reason the launch wasn't happening was because, after being ousted, the game was simply not currently under their control. Addressing the contentious $250 million earnout, Cleveland denied Krafton's implication that the 3 executives intended to keep the bulk of it for themselves. He stated that this was totally untrue and emphasized their historical practice of sharing profits with the team. He reiterated their intention to share the earnout with the entire development staff, arguing that the team deserved it for their incredible work. And there's more to the earnout story. The $250 million earnout package was split in contract as $225 million to the founders and $25 million to the broader team, but initially only the 40 original staff were to receive it. That's why the founders believed the entire staff deserved another bonus, an issue Krafton has presented as if everything was already paid out. As the details of the dispute emerged, the gaming community, especially the passionate Subnautica fanbase, erupted. The prevailing sentiment, particularly on platforms like Reddit, quickly tumbled into a strong call for a boycott of Subnautica 2. Many users expressed their deep support for the ousted developers, viewing them as victims of corporate greed and overreach. The alleged link between the game's delay and the 250 million bonus became a central point of the contention. The community widely believed that Krafton's actions were a cynical attempt to avoid paying out the substantial sum, which was intended to benefit the entire Unknown Worlds team. This perception fueled profound distrust towards Krafton, with many labeling their actions as blatantly greedy and corrupt. Beyond the financial aspects, fans voiced concerns about the future quality of Subnautica 2 without its original creative leadership. The community's reaction highlighted the emotional investment players have in beloved franchises and their strong desire to see developers treated fairly. To truly understand the Subnautica 2 drama, it's essential to place it within the broader context of the video game industry though. Acquisitions are a common strategy for a larger publisher to expand their portfolio. Krafton clearly wanted the highly successful Subnautica IP and the creative team behind it. The earnout clause, a central element in this dispute, is a prime example of a common yet potentially problematic financial mechanism in acquisitions. Earnouts motivate teams to deliver, but when performance targets aren't met or are disputed, they can become flashpoints. The staggering size of the 250 million earnout in this case amplified these tensions probably. The situation also highlights the power imbalance between a large publisher and a smaller IP-centric studio. Publishers oversee release dates, budgets, and major direction. Indies want time, polish, and creativity. When those clash like here, you get delays, leadership shakeups, public statements, and lawsuits. Losing your founders post-acquisition isn't uncommon. It's cultural friction, contractual friction, or sometimes people are just moving on. For Krafton, that's now a gamble on retaining what made the franchise loved in the first place. The Subnautica 2 conflict is far from over, I guess. The lawsuit filed by Charlie Cleveland, Ted Gill, and Max McGuire against Krafton will undoubtedly be a long and complex legal battle. For Subnautica 2 itself, the future remains somewhat uncertain. While Unknown Worlds' current management has reaffirmed its commitment to the game's vision and its single-player, no microtransaction model, the controversy has undoubtedly cast a shadow. The game's success will now depend not only on its quality, but also on how the community perceives Krafton's handling of the situation. What we take from all that isn't black and white. So, here's what we know. Krafton says they saw real content and polish deficiencies, internally validated by these leaked slides. And then they delayed, replaced the leadership, and even offered roles that were refused. The founders say that the game was early access ready, that internal reviews support this assessment, and planned a split of the bonus, 225 million for them and 25 million for the staff. Charlie admitted on his podcast though that he was focusing on filmmaking, not games. Max McGuire also allegedly declined to return as a technical director when asked. These incidents make it clear that the leadership disengaged at least to a certain degree. And those internal slides confirmed missing biomes, trimmed chapters, and a stripped-down minimum viable product build, supporting Krafton's quality concerns, but also, on the other hand, showing a functional game. At the heart of this disagreement is also a deeper tension. What does ready even mean? To Krafton, ready might imply sequel-grade polish, wide appeal, and market impact. For the founders, ready meant what proper early access has mostly stood for. A strong, playable core for the fans, with the rest to follow. Both perspectives are valid in their own frame, but probably fundamentally incompatible when tied to a 250 million contract. And it's fair to say this too. If you walk away with hundreds of millions, while your team splits a fraction of that, yes, it's better than what most executives do in these cases. But it doesn't make you a saint. It's only the start of building a fairer economic model. So who's the villain? The answer probably isn't either side. Rather, it's a broken system, with oversized earnouts, rigid corporate timelines, conflicting expectations, and thin trust that creates a playground for conflict. And while researching, I've got the feeling that both sides might be withholding some uncomfortable information concerning their own actions and their own narrative. That's why, until the courts decide, this remains for me a cautionary tale. In my books, it's far too early to take either side. If you liked the video, a thumbs up would mean a lot to me, and it really helps get the word out. Alright, thanks for stopping by, and catch you in the next one.
Why swing jazz? Чи не так Ultimate? Well, to be fair, it is a reasonable buff.
So you might have noticed that climate change as a subject has not been in the news as much over the last couple of years. And that is either because we solved it and we don't need to talk about it anymore, or because people just kind of don't care anymore. And sadly, it's definitely that second one. Pew Research shows that activists aren't as active as they once were on the climate change front, and funding for climate change is being cut like crazy. And despite both of these things, we've also seen that the effects and impacts of climate change are getting worse faster than we initially predicted. And the thing is, you probably already have a feeling as to why, because there's a lot of other, more immediate things happening in the world right now. I think it would be impossible for a sane person to not feel a certain level of overwhelm as we watch Donald Trump drive the USA into the ground, as AI turns the movie Her into a documentary in real time, and as there are multiple concurrent wars happening around the world at the same time. But the story that I'm about to tell is obviously not as clear-cut as the title of this video might imply. There are a few bright spots, and there is some nuance here that I think is important to take into consideration. So if you don't click away in the next 30 seconds, we might get to the end of this without being totally depressed. Today's episode is sponsored by Ground News. So if you followed me for a long time on the internet, you know that I used to have an old channel called Levi Save the World Hildebrand. And I looked like a frickin' baby, dude. I was so young. Now, this was a tongue-in-cheek name because I had a brother-in-law at the time who was like, oh, Levi Save the World Hildebrand, because I cared about recycling and stuff. Steve's a great guy, actually. We get along quite well. But anyway, the whole reason why I made that channel was to create content and awareness about how people on an individual level could reduce their environmental impact. But I haven't made any content like that in a long time. And in fact, I haven't used the word climate change in a video in years. I think what's happening here is actually just the natural evolution of a social issue over time. For example, back during the Cold War, the threat of nuclear devastation was pretty much the only issue that anyone cared about. And the amount of effort and energy that people spent on trying to resolve it was huge. But as the threat of nuclear warfare declined, or more realistically, as we just kind of started getting distracted by other problems, we just stopped talking about it as much. The threat of nuclear war is far from gone in our world today in 2025, but people's awareness of it shifts and fades over time. So climate change is far from solved, but the immediacy of it has just sort of shifted to the back burner, where we passively feel the anxiety of our warming climate and these increasingly severe and chaotic storms that happen every single year, and forest fires and sea level rise and migration due to climate-related problems around the world. It's just always there, passively in the background, like ghosts or oxygen, I guess? I don't know. I haven't really fleshed out that metaphor yet. But there's another interesting side to this nuclear metaphor, because much like nuclear war as a threat, climate change isn't something that you can see really immediately in your day-to-day life. And so it's hard for people to act on it, because it's not like, you know, a person with a knife standing there trying to kill you. It's just sort of an idea or a theoretical framework of scientists telling us that we should do something, but it's not right there. It's not like a panini that has dog poo in it. You just, it's not that immediate. The metaphors are ripping today. Climate change and the impacts of it has just become a new normal for a lot of people today. We're the frog in the slowly boiling pot of water, and whether or not you believe in climate change or not, the forests are burning, the climate is warming, and the oceans are going to rise, and the world is going to become a much harder place for a lot of people to live. And we know this, like, we have the science that tells us that this is what's happening, and it's being proven year after year to be true. So why can we not just focus on it and address it properly? So I changed my content strategy on that early channel because I felt like talking about reusable water bottles or like my zero waste grocery haul was just not helping anymore. Like, how many times do I have to say plastic is bad in a video for it to actually make the impact that I'm hoping it will make? But I think at the same time, we were also starting to see a pivot in what was going on with the climate movement. COP climate summits are sponsored by Coca-Cola and like oil companies. COVID released a whole new wave of plastic trash onto the world, and the solutions that were being presented, like paper straws, just suck so bad that we had to make a video about that too. And this channel is an interesting representation of that shift. See, in the first couple of years of this channel, it was under a different name, and we chose to make stories about sustainability, but through the lens of popular brands and companies. This was sort of like a Trojan horse tactic, where we would make a video about planned obsolescence and repairability, but it was packaged as a video about Birkenstocks. This strategy of
increase all squad members and build up rate. And I can't get anything else. Oh. Yes, of course. 360 dash contact damage. I don't want to.
Hiding the medicine worked really well. We grew quite quickly, and I think it was a way for people to interact and engage with the concepts of sustainability without all the baggage that is attached to environmentalism and the idea of climate change. And it's funny because at that time we had conversations and made a decision to really specifically not use the word climate change in any of our content, because it was just a lightning rod for negativity and it didn't help us communicate the message that we were trying to get across. But here we are in 2025 with a video with climate change in the title. And you know what? Maybe it'll bomb. It might be our worst performing video yet, but the social and cultural landscape has changed enough that we've decided that it's a video worth making. But first I want to mention the fact that there is something called climate anxiety, which is that sort of gnawing uneasiness that comes with living in a world that we just kind of don't know the future of. And a lot of that fear and a lot of that anxiety comes from the inflammatory headlines that we see around this subject. This is why we love Ground News and have been working with them for almost a year, and easygoing subject matter of climate change. Okay, so from a Trump standpoint, things are not looking good. Obviously, I'm not not going to say that things are going great, because it seems like Trump's willing to destroy basically the entire fabric of the United States of America if it will make him a little bit richer, and the environment's just like a small obstacle in the way of that. And you're going to see all those headlines as per usual, but there is a shift in the way that we are talking about climate change generally. If you want a more optimistic and realistic view of what's going on in the world of climate change, I have a few of my personal favorite climate change YouTubers that I'm going to recommend right now. Hank Green, always an incredible human, makes very engaging content on a variety of subject matters, but when he does talk about climate change, it's usually positive and it's very well-rounded and nuanced. Climate Town is probably the funniest climate change specific YouTube channel on the internet, so it's like a combination of like hilarious and depressing in equal measure. Just Have a Think is a brilliant YouTube channel that talks more on the tech side of things. Dave is always very balanced in his perspective and gives like true dad energy when it comes to this stuff. And maybe the most interesting for me is Simon Clark. He had a science-based YouTube channel for a long time, and then he made a deliberate choice to pivot to specific climate change content in the last couple years, and it's gone really well for him. His channel's doing better now than it was before he made that shift. There's also a bunch of other creators on Instagram. Instagram and TikTok that I don't have time to list in this video, but we're going to leave them all linked down in the description in our sources document, which is always available on every single one of our videos, because I think it's important to have other perspectives than just what's in the news. But okay, so some people have chosen to look at the bright side of things, Levi. That doesn't necessarily mean that it's a good thing. Maybe they're delusional. Maybe you just referenced all the people who are out of their fucking minds, dude. So what is happening with this shift in the way that we talk about climate change? Well, I think first and foremost, it's been a shift away from individual action. Back in the day, videos about minimalism and zero waste hacks would get millions of views of people explaining how they've changed their individual lives to be less impactful on the planet. Now we've got videos from Climate Town talking about natural gas that get 500,000 views. Dave on Just Have a Think has a video where he breaks down a dense academic paper about climate change impacts on sea level rise. The video has 150,000 views. Look, Simon Clark makes a video about how much progress we've made on climate change, and it has 1.8 million views. I really don't think that that would have happened even 5 or 6 years ago. Generally, I would say that people on the internet who talk about sustainability or environmentalism in any capacity are now talking about it at a systems level. And in many cases, I think they're doing it from a more optimistic standpoint. So the reality is, climate change is not the only issue anymore. We've got a genocide going on in Gaza. We have a war happening in Ukraine. We have AI technology promising the demise of humanity as a whole, and Trump is the fucking president. That's a giant tornado of holy shit that most people, I would say everybody, doesn't have the mental capacity to deal with on a day-to-day basis. And so climate change has sort of had to take a back seat. It's the less immediate problem, and so it is being reframed by the people who talk about it. Because as I said off the top, it's hard to give a shit about the temperature of the ocean when you're at war. For decades, experts have been saying that an unstable climate would create a lot of social and political instability, which would then create instability in people's lives, which would then create more inability for us to address the climate change issues that were happening in the first place. But you already kind of felt that, right? You probably clicked on this video because that's how you felt. For millions of people, this has been an issue that we've known about for a long time, and that we have been frustratingly not able to coalesce around and actually properly address. And it feels like we're losing hope, you know? It feels like we're seeing the solution slip away from us as we descend further and further in the wrong direction. But while it feels like nobody's talking about climate change anymore, or no one cares about climate change anymore, I would say that we have just entered a new phase of this conversation. 6 years ago, I was making videos to explain to people what reusable water bottles were. For the first time, in many cases, I was explaining to people that plastic was bad for the environment and their health, and that there are other solutions that they could choose to reduce that impact on the planet and make their lives better at the same time. But today, that's common knowledge. Like, even the most conservative right-wing Republican person can acknowledge that plastic straws do not belong in the nasal cavity of sea turtles. And most would probably agree, if they watch this channel, that we have enough reusable water bottles at this point. Like, we probably don't need any more. People are starting to understand that there's only so much that we as individuals can do when we have massive corporations using billions of liters of water and tons of electricity to create AI art or whatever. And so we've evolved again, right? I think we went from, wait, plastic is bad, to plastic recycling doesn't work, to why is everything made of fucking plastic? As we have come to collectively deepen our understanding of the problems that we are facing, the way that we talk about them and the conversations that we have about it have to change. And I think probably one of the biggest shifts that we've seen in the last couple years is the millions of people who are actually affected by climate change now. Like, for millions and millions of people now, the impacts of climate change are not theoretical. They are a fact of life. Yes, of course, there is obviously going to be like some real climate change deniers who would tell you that none of this is real as their house washes away in another 1 in 100-year flood that has happened in their area or whatever. But by and large, I would say that we're all kind of on the same page now. But in general, I would say that we've reached the pinch point where we kind of can't ignore it anymore. Even if that doesn't necessarily translate to protesters in the street or legislation in the government, I think that us all having a collective knowledge and understanding of what's going on is helping us move the issue forward. But also, critically, I think we're starting to realize that all of this stuff is connected to each other, right? And that's really the next step. So Greta Thunberg got on a boat and went to a war zone. And it was in the news. And it was controversial, believe it or not. Why is Greta Thunberg in solidarity with Palestinians? Isn't she all about saving the planet? Yes, she still cares about the planet. But Greta Thunberg, like a lot of people increasingly now, are starting to realize that the health and safety of people around the world is directly linked to climate change. Climate change is a wicked problem, which is to say that it is a problem that includes a multitude of factors with deep and varying complexity, because it's all tied up in our social issues, political issues, and it taps into and touches so many different parts of our global system. And it is this scale of a wicked problem that connects it to everything else, right? You can't expect to fight climate change and defund public schools at the same time, or cut funding to universities, or exploit farmers, or deport people without due process. The fight for a livable planet is the fight for a society that treats everyone as a human being. Because the reality is, we're not talking about saving the planet, because let's be honest, the planet's gonna be here long after we're gone. It feels like we're on the precipice of a really big shift, and it could go either way. We're questioning our humanity and the structures that have held our society together, at least relatively peacefully, for the last couple hundred years. Because it's not about saving the planet, it's about saving ourselves. This was a hell of a script for us to write. It took way longer than the other content that we make about water bottles, believe it or not. So if you did like it, make sure to literally like it. And if you want to see more of the content that we make, subscribe. If you want to support what we do, we have a Patreon page linked down below. We will see you in the next one, whenever that comes out. Hopefully next week if we're not burnt out.
victory. The only option. This song is dedicated to the world. Savage. How irksome.
Hollywood looks done with 2D animation. Big American studios have steered clear of traditional hand-drawn styles for the last 15 years, basically ever since Princess and the Frog released in 2009. DreamWorks made the transition in 2003, Disney in 2010, and while Pixar, Illumination, and Sony Animation have never even made a 2D theatrical feature film. The only Hollywood studio that really still does 2D is Warner Bros. And listen, shout out to them, but I'm not really giving Teen Titans Go to the Movies the responsibility of reviving a medium of cinema. That new Looney Tunes movie was okay though, I'll give them that. What once dominated cinema in the 90s seems completely replaced. Now, 2D animation, both in the US and across the world, is not dead in cinema. I mean, just last year, the Oscar for Best Animated Picture went to The Boy and the Heron, which still used hand-painted backgrounds and hand-drawn characters. It's about as old school of an animated film as you'll get in this day and age. Television is filled with it. Invincible, Rick and Morty, Adult Swim, anime, children's networks, and the marketing for it has been pretty clear. It's framed as less cinematic. 2D is framed as more comedic, lighthearted, a medium that's more comforting and easy to delve into. Thus, it's more popular in smaller episodic formats. But why is that? Why has 3D animation been labeled as cinematic, while 2D animation is like a comfort food? Well, let's look at how these studios slowly abandoned this once timeless medium while smaller creators continue to use it. The DreamWorks saga of slowly abandoning their 2D studios is a perfect little miniature condensed example of why Hollywood hates traditional animation styles. The skill set is too specific, it takes too long, the demand wasn't quite there, and there's a lack of recyclability. In 1998, DreamWorks debuted with their feature film Ants, which has its own controversy because of its similarity to A Bug's Life by Pixar. Regardless, it did okay at the box office, but it didn't have the splash hit that Pixar's debut, Toy Story, was able to have. The movie itself is kind of notorious for being a bizarre, wacky, ugly-looking movie. It does have its own funny moments, intentional or not. But the point is, it wasn't the greatest debut. Meanwhile, in the same year, they released what many consider DreamWorks' best ever film, The Prince of Egypt, a phenomenal interpretation of the biblical tales of Moses in Egypt, if not, taking several creative leeways of his story of, freeing the slaves, bringing forth the Ten Commandments, and crossing the Red Sea, while also being a musical. From here, it would seem that hand-drawn animation has a lead in DreamWorks. But they then released a few more 2D films, The Road to El Dorado, slowly turning into a cult classic with how many memes have come out of it, and Spirit, Dying of the Cimarron, for being the horse girl movie, each of which have their own very passionate fan bases, despite the fact that these movies did not do as well at the box office. It's very ironic to think that these were DreamWorks' main studio projects, and Shrek, the film that we all know nowadays, was supposed to be the B studio, like damn near a punishment project. Like if you weren't doing as well as an animator, the suits and ties of DreamWorks would relegate you to working on Shrek, and then it blew up. Shrek saved DreamWorks. Shrek has defined the identity and characteristics of a DreamWorks movie ever since its release in 2001. They're a little more crass, a little more on the edge. Their humor is a little more rude. Their art style isn't always as clean and bright nor high budget as Disney's, but it can be just as interesting to look at. It was such a massive turnaround because Shrek was seen as a failed project at one point. It took around like 7 years to make. The models were completely changed, the story was completely changed, and they had to like scrap the original concept. That being, Shrek was actually supposed to be like a hybrid live-action CG animated film of sorts, which I have no idea why that was the direction they wanted to go in, and I'm glad that they ended up with the final product they did. Both the financial and cultural success of Shrek was a landmark moment in the grave digging of 2D animation in cinema. And not to mention, it won the Oscar for Best Animated Picture that year. If DreamWorks B Team can take a struggling project that went through development hell in its early stages, then why are we investing so much in 2D to not turn a profit? And then, of course, the film Sinbad, Legend of the Seven Seas was the final nail in the coffin, the last 2D animated DreamWorks. Released in 2003 and did not do well at the box office at all. It lost DreamWorks over $100 million if you account for marketing costs. It kind of represents everything Hollywood doesn't like about 2D animation. It takes a long time to make, it doesn't implement modern tech well, and it's not easy to market against better looking CG films. Now, I like this movie. It has a fun charm to it. Eris is like a top 3 DreamWorks film. There's things to like about this film, but it is clunky. No film deserves to fail, but this one makes a good argument. Look at this CGI. It is just so jarring. Seeing this model squid fight against these obviously hand-drawn characters. It is so, like, it just hits you in the face. Completely breaks your immersion. They tried to mix hand-drawn characters and CG models, and yeah, I don't know, that was ambitious for the time. We're only now finally able to implement this kind of tech. 20 years ago, that was a new concept. And we're only now able to do this with like 2.5D movies, as they're called. It often requires either just doing the background in computer models and then redrawing certain parts to make them mesh, like with like Demon Slayer, or using mostly 3D models but overlaying hand-drawn effects and hard shading, like with the Spider-Verse movies. This was just way too ambitious for the time, and it showed an inability for hand-drawn animation to adapt to progressing tech. Like an old horse unable to learn new tricks, 2D animation couldn't capitalize on the increasing capability of graphic engines and software improvements like 3D animation could. 3D was the future, at least in the Suits and Ties eyes. So, although you could take snapshots of, say, Ants and Prince of Egypt side by side, and say, oh yeah, Prince of Egypt looks way more appealing to the eyes, the rate at which computer models were becoming smoother to animate in just the next 5 years, let alone the next 25, was an obvious investment in the future returns that every Hollywood studio was making. On paper, it would make sense that 2D animation is cheaper, and thus the extra time it takes to make a hand-drawn film could be countered by its lower cost. But the problem, as we can see by El Dorado almost costing $100 million to make, is that 2D animation takes a more specific artist skill set, a more specific skilled labor, and is therefore easier to unionize and harder to replace. You need a very specific team of artists to make a hand-drawn film. And the more experience they have, yes, the better they are, but the more expensive they are. Shrek was created by a significant amount of people who had never even made a CG animated film before. The accessibility of modeling technology was only increasing, and thus 3D animation is not as unionized in the United States or anywhere. Now, the reason television is able to keep costs low on 2D, that's because often they outsource the real labor of the job to South Korea and China, where the storyboards and scripts are turned into actual animation. It's not a well-kept secret that studios for Cartoon Network in particular, with shows like Steven Universe, outsource their work to Korea. And that's why sometimes the models for Steven can get kind of wonky in terms of size. You ever notice that? Sometimes Steven is like a little baby guy, and other times he's not. Yeah, outsourced labor. That's what that is. For cinema, however, Hollywood studios need to, work in person and need higher production values, and thus in-house 2D animation is simply not as productive. 3D animation, while initially obviously more expensive, is also more recyclable. Essentially, it's easier to make sequels with 3D animation because the models can be kept or slightly improved, and not just the character models, the assets, the backgrounds, as opposed to having to constantly redraw 2D models. It's more recyclable, easier to make, say, Shrek 2 than another film in the style of The Prince of Egypt, as can be seen with how Joseph, King of Dreams, another film in the style of Prince of Egypt, was a direct-to-DVD film. It didn't even get a theatrical release. And that's why we have 4 Shrek movies, with a 5th one coming, 4 Kung Fu Panda movies, and an eventual Frozen 3 and Moana 3 while no 2D Disney or DreamWorks movie has ever gotten that many sequels. I say theatrical because Cinderella 3 and Aladdin 3 don't count, okay? I'm not having Cinderella 3 debates today. Now, ironically, Disney, the much bigger, wealthier studio, had a much harder time adjusting to 3D. I guess old ways don't die easily. Disney was making Chicken Little when Pixar was already on hit after hit. DreamWorks had just made Madagascar and Shrek 2. But eventually, they really hit it out the park with Tangled, and the 3D era for Disney was on its way. See, there are a few final technical hurdles that over the course of the 2000s, these studios were able to overcome one by one. 3D animation couldn't yet do everything by the point of the 2000s. For example, water is hard to animate. You can see that in, say, A Bug's Life, but that eventually got figured out with better physics engines. Clothes are hard because they involve different layers interacting with each other constantly, and they involve more surfaces, so it requires a better computer processors to make, and different lighting textures. But that also got eventually figured out with better technology. One of the biggest challenges was hair. Hair is hard because it's like a jillion little models that all interact with each other. And if something messes up, well, yeah. That's what Tangled, in my opinion, is an underrated technical marvel. Like an underrated film in terms of like the history of animation. Rapunzel's hair is not easy to create. Any wrong jitter in her hair and her head model, and the hair could spaz out completely. But Disney's investment paid off. The movie was a hit, and the final leaps needed to streamline 3D animation were complete. 3D animation has been successfully marketed by Hollywood as the bigger, more cinematic experience, which I don't necessarily think is objectively true, by the way. For example, I think The Lion King, Princess Mononoke, or Akira are some of the biggest, grandest movies of all time. But of course, that grandness and weight takes time to create. 2D animation can be just as cinematic, but it requires more specific skilled laborers, time, and investment to create. And they're harder to create sequels for because you can't reuse the assets. Larger studios are inherently more concerned with the long term, and thus sustaining production for future sequels is a massive reason that 2D films can't afford to not sell. Because even if Shrek 3 or Shrek 4 doesn't do well, Shrek 5 can always have a chance later down the line. Now, 2D animation is relegated to television, where it's perceived as the inferior medium, and I fear we may never get movies like The Lion King from Hollywood ever again. Do I honestly think mainline Disney should go back to 2D animation to save the slide of bad original films and even worse remakes they've been on? Honestly, yeah, maybe. I think they'd have an easier time marketing a classic animated movie rather than another Wish or Strange World, while also continuing their 3D series. I think they could do both. You could have Frozen 3 while also having a new original 2D movie. And sure, they can't outsource to Asia, meaning they can't turn the same profits that, say, Japanese anime are able to make. But there's not a qualitative reason for why traditional animation can't still work. So Hollywood hates 2D animation because it can't capitalize on tech improvements, isn't as recyclable, and is too unionized, while smaller studios aren't as concerned with making sequels and taking as little time as possible to make a product. Could it return? Maybe. The best chance being if Disney just can't make another original 3D movie to save their lives, which I don't know. I feel like eventually they'll get their head out of their ass, so we'll see. Otherwise, I don't really see it happening. I don't really see a return of 2D animation. Well, that's all I got. Please subscribe and bye.
Victory, the only option. Yes.
Oh, that was fucking dumb. Oh, there. is surviving yet. You're not on the mission target list. Okay, then. Too late. Oh lord, you don't care. Okay. Oh, unfortunate. That's all here. I don't like this.
Eggs, milk, bread, ground beef, butter. Prices at the grocery store are going up, especially for people who spend a large amount of their income on food. So a little price shock can have huge effects. Grocery prices that usually go up 1 or 2% a year have started jumping to more like 13% a year.
Prices are going up yet again.
Sticker shock on store shelves. You probably don't need to be reminded.
And now, of course, everyone's blaming COVID and broader inflation, and while those are a part of the explanation, there's actually something bigger going on here. I mean, check this out. Food companies are bringing in record profits. CEOs of those companies are making way more just in the last few years, and shareholders are getting huge payouts. So, what is going on here? That is a question I have had for a long time, and we're sitting here in the kitchen, which is also our studio, and I thought, gotta use it sometime, so why not on the video about food? Today we're gonna understand our food system, the vast, complicated, kind of magical food system that provides a lot of us with our nourishment, bringing food from all around the world to our grocery store shelves. And then we're gonna look at the corporations behind this system. I wanna understand what their incentives are, what their power is, and what they have to do, if anything, with the rising prices. I also wanna understand why they're making so much money right now. And ultimately, I want to answer what and who is behind this massive increase in grocery store prices. About 8,000 years ago, in what today is Syria and Iraq, you could find humans doing something that was pretty unique for the time. They're growing food, and in fact more food than they actually needed, and then started trading it with other people who had more than they needed. Now this was new. If there was one group who lived near a salt mine and another group who grew wheat, they would both make a surplus, they would swap their goods, and both would be better off. A super basic idea that changed everything. Humans started doing this at a more and more massive scale, crossing seas and deserts, building empires to move goods, to share tools, to spread ideas. And the collective human focus became, how do we do this better, bigger? We invented technology to improve it. We fought wars over it. We created money and companies and laws, entire systems, just to trade more stuff with more people. Trade was changing the world. And a lot of the history of our world is the history of trade. It's what spread ideas and technology and flavors around the globe. Arabic math and Chinese invention.
I saw this article recently about the number of people who are illegally streaming sports in the UK. It's apparently gone through the roof, and it's been described as industrial scale theft, according to one industry report. In fact, I wanted to show you a clip from a football match in the UK. They're chanting about Amazon Fire Sticks, which have now become the primary method of pirating sports in the UK, to the point where fans are openly chanting about how much they love to illegally stream matches at football matches. It's not just sports though, because over 3/4 of Gen Z has admitted to pirating in movies and TV shows, and even in older generations, the rates of piracy are still incredibly high. It's a global thing, and it's one that's had an unexpected resurgence in recent years, because prior to the pandemic, the number of people who were choosing to pirate content was steadily decreasing, but you can see there's been this quite significant uptick since then. This change is somewhat surprising given that there's been a decades-long effort to eradicate piracy, and it was one that looked like at some point it would begin to actually bear fruit. Thousands of websites have been shut down, providers have been arrested, and yet the growth still seems to continue. It's not just even sports and media though. The scientific research community is like overwhelmingly in favor of pirating papers and research. What might be even more surprising is that people are not just pirating to get content for free, but people are even willing to pay for pirated services in 2025. Just recently, Italian authorities shut down a $3 billion a year pirate TV ring that had 22 million subscribers. That's more than some legitimate subscription services have. Today, in the UK, the head of anti-piracy enforcement has openly admitted that you can pirate content and you'll literally be fine. And I think there's a few different stories at play when we try to understand why piracy is having this resurgence. And it depends on which industry you look at, but they are all linked. And I think the best example to start off with has to be like online streaming, because that's really where piracy was pioneered. And in fact, if we go back to like the early 2000s, which is when my personal journey with piracy began, the one thing I do recall about the experience of trying to watch movies for free and trying to get free songs back then is that it was like a massive pain in the ass, and you had to like fight, you know, pop-ups every 2 seconds and not knowing which play button was the real play button and which play button would download some crazy virus onto your computer. It was really difficult. And when legal alternatives like Netflix and Spotify actually came onto the scene, they were pretty game-changing, right? It wasn't just that they were legal alternatives, they were actually good, they were actually useful. Back then, the options that you had were cable TV subscriptions, things like Sky in the UK, which would set you back like hundreds of dollars if you wanted to watch literally anything. And so getting an alternative that was useful, cheaper, and had a bunch of content on was honestly revolutionary. The trade-off of like potentially destroying the family computer just to download the new Akon tune was no longer worth it when an alternative like Spotify came on the scene. People loved it, but as you know, as the way things go, we can't really have shit these days, and so the steady march towards enshittification began. If we take a look at this graph, we notice that the spike, the major spike, happened after the pandemic for media streaming at least. It was actually exactly around this time that Disney, HBO, all the big players in media realized that the online streaming thing was actually pretty popular, that people enjoyed Netflix because it was a pretty useful service and that it had a lot going for it. And so they all decided to launch their own competitors. But unfortunately for the consumer, the approach that these companies took, these rival streamers took, wasn't the approach that Netflix originally took. It was to compete on something else, not to compete on usability or convenience. They decided to compete on intellectual property. Instead of making you a better offer than the competition, they basically decided to make you an offer you can't refuse, by which I mean that you had to go to them if you wanted to watch particular content. You had to sign up for Disney Plus if you wanted to watch a Disney movie. You had to sign up for HBO Max if you wanted to watch a HBO movie. And so we quite quickly shifted from a landscape where content was like packaged in one place with one subscription that got you access to basically everything, to a place where subscription costs began to rise and rise and rise, not because of greater access to content, but because of greater siloing of content. We recreated cable TV in like the most annoying way possible, basically. Content has gotten so fragmented that exclusive content is the majority of Netflix's US catalog, and this has forced people to be increasingly selective. On top of that, in order to deal with this increased competition, these streamers began to withdraw features that were cornerstones of their culture, effectively. Netflix has tweets back in 2017 about how password sharing is a form of love for a family, and now they've cracked down on password sharing. HBO Max is doing the same thing, and Disney says that over 150 million users are paying for the service and still watching ads, which is insane. We basically got rid of cable TV and then we recreated it on the internet. And when you recreate the same situation that caused piracy to emerge the first time, you're gonna recreate the same results that you created the first time. I think it is quite telling that music streaming doesn't normally get like half as many complaints, at least from the customer side of things, as video streamers do. But I think if we look like more outside of TV, it's not just that the services are getting worse and getting more expensive at the same time, and that's what's pushing piracy. I think there are also a few other dynamics that are at play, because people are willing to pay in general for good services, but in some cases they don't even have the option. thing. You might not actually realize this, but one of the most pirated pieces of content in the world is manga, so Japanese like comics and graphic novels, and it's Americans that are largely leading the way. It's a place where we have a story that's quite independent to the one that we see with like Netflix and Spotify. To understand it, I want to show you quite an iconic quote from Gabe Newell, the CEO of Valve, and it really gets to the crux of this problem.
So we don't really worry about piracy. There's misconceptions in the industry about what piracy is. There's assumption that what is piracy? Piracy is about people want to steal stuff from you, right? That they don't want to pay any money and they want to get your content. An example where that was really clear is Russia, right? Everybody in the United States knows that Russians are pirates. So there's no point in localizing your game. There's no point in making your product available in Russia because all they'll do is pirate it. You know, when the reality is that the pirates in Russia were actually doing a much better job than the games companies themselves in localizing the product and making it available. So if I wanted the product and I didn't want to wait 6 months to get the product, and if I wanted it in Russian, I was going to have to go to a pirate simply because I couldn't get it any other way. Clearly they're willing to spend money. So from our point of view, what we saw more and more is that piracy is a result of bad service on the part of game companies. So it really is a question of how can you provide the best possible service to your customers, and pricing really is one of the less important aspects of that whole equation. People are happy to pay if they're getting what they perceive as a great product delivered on their terms. This is
a big chunk of piracy demand comes from the fact that there's literally no legal option. There's literally no legal alternative to watch or to access the thing you want to watch at home. And it's actually the exact same story that plays out in the world of manga. It can take an incredibly long time for communities outside of Japan to receive a version of the manga in their language. One Piece, for example, took 7 years for the first volume to be translated into English. And in that time, the pirates decided to do what the company wouldn't do for them, which was to painstakingly translate page by page this manga in order to give it to people who really wanted it. It's not so much that piracy was a way to circumvent the legal method, it's that piracy was the only alternative in the absence of a legal method. It's grown so quickly because there's literally no legal alternative. The pirates are doing what the actual publishers are refusing to do, to provide a service that's actually accessible. I never thought I'd say that Millwall fans and manga readers have much in common, but they actually both face a very similar problem. If we go back to that clip I showed you at the start of the Millwall FC fans chanting, we actually have a clear example of a service problem. If you don't know much about British football, here's a little bit of lore. In England, a bunch of primetime football matches are not actually shown on TV. It's a rule that was implemented to encourage people to actually physically go to the matches and to support like local teams. However, football is incredibly expensive these days. Season tickets can cost in the thousands, and it's beyond what most people can afford. It's a clear case where people want a way to watch the match that's actually affordable, but they've not been offered that solution because tons of the matches are not broadcast on TV anyways, and the alternative of going in person has become prohibitively expensive. And so people have turned to the Fire Stick, right? It's not necessarily always about like circumventing the law. These dynamics, specifically like access to content, is a big reason we see piracy spreading out of just media and into places like research. Nobody becomes a scientific researcher with the plan of putting all of their research behind a $60 paywall. And in fact, the whole point of science is to allow diverse opinions to be put up to the light of critical scrutiny. If you want to see how ridiculous these paywalls and these artificial barriers to access can get, Sci-Hub, which is one of the main websites that people use to pirate scientific content, gets over 500,000 visitors every day. And Elsevier, which is one of the biggest scientific publishers, sued the creator of Sci-Hub and was awarded $15 million in a settlement for it. I was trying to read about this like settlement, and I came across an article describing the court case in Nature, which is published by another giant publisher. And this article, right, which is like meant to discourage pirating scientific research, costs $40 to read for a PDF that's supposed to at least implicitly convince you that piracy is unethical and not worth getting involved in, and you need to pay $40 for the privilege of reading the anti-piracy article. And the people who write the articles don't see the benefit. It goes straight to the publisher. Services seem to have forgotten like a lesson that they had already learned years ago, which is that a comprehensive, affordable service is always going to win, and you can only squeeze your consumers so far before they begin to look elsewhere, which is what they've been doing, and people are finally deciding to vote with their wallets and sail the seven seas. While the legitimate options for accessing film, TV, sports, science, manga, and literally all kinds of media and information have steadily been getting worse, the pirate options have been focusing on improving customer service, on improving the quality of their service, on getting the price down and making it accessible to people across the world, which you would think that companies that wanted to compete in a market would try to do. They would try to provide a better service. Instead, they've tried to leverage intellectual property rights and force you to subscribe to their service, rather than genuinely try and convince you that their service would improve your life in a way that feels mutually beneficial. I want to say it's surprising, but it's really not, because what I feel like we're seeing is a recreation of the dynamics of like the early 2000s, when all of these services just fundamentally didn't want to create something that was appealing and instead wanted to create something where you had no choice. And that strategy only has so much staying power when there are armies of highly skilled and highly motivated developers who understand that people want something that's affordable, accessible, and useful. And if they can't get that legally, then they'll get it in whatever way they can. People are voting with their wallets, which is the
So Charlie Cleveland, the original founder of Unknown Worlds and Subnautica, just posted his official complaint, thereby starting the lawsuit against Krafton. And boy, this one is juicy, I'll tell you that. Now, this entire document here that has been publicized is over 50 pages long here. It's a lot of text here, so I'm not gonna read this, page by page. I'm gonna skip over some parts because some parts we already know. Case in point, if you don't know anything about the Subnautica 2 situation, I recommend you watch this video right here to get up to speed, then come back and watch this. Because, this is a lot of stuff here. I'm going to go over the parts that I find most interesting, the stuff that we didn't know. But again, this is Charlie's side of the story. This is the founder's side of the story about what happened with Krafton internally. And just so you know, again, these are allegations, but Charlie and the other founders, they're making a pretty strong case with this one. And yeah, we're going to go over what I think is going to happen after this at the end of the video. But yeah, let's start off and going through the points here that I find the most interesting. So, introduction. 4 years ago, defendant Krafton Inc. purchased Unknown Worlds Entertainment, a wildly successful independent video game studio. The deal involved a $500 million upfront payment plus an earnout that could reach $250 million, depending on Unknown Worlds' performance through 2025. This case arises from Krafton's desperate efforts to avoid paying the earnout and its flagrant contractual breaches in pursuit of that goal. So right from the get-go here, we are already seeing the claim made by the founders, that is like Charlie Cleveland, Max and Ted, that they're obviously, Krafton is obviously trying to skip out on paying that big bonus. From the outset, both sides understood that the earnout would largely hinge on the next release in Unknown Worlds' smash hit game franchise, Subnautica, an underwater survival game that became a global sensation, selling over redacted million copies. Key to Subnautica's remarkable success and to the ethos of Unknown World as a company was its release into early access, a model that Unknown Worlds pioneered over the last 2 decades. Early access lets players purchase the game while still in development, providing indispensable feedback as they play and allowing the company to improve the game in real time. Early access has helped Unknown Worlds build an intensely devoted fanbase that operates in symbiosis with the company. It is a relationship founded on mutual trust, openness, and respect. And as someone who played through the original Subnautica back when it was very, very early, it's the entire thing with Subnautica is only possible because of the players helping construct the game and giving feedback. They obviously, this is very true as a statement, I feel, because they have built this entire company on the whole basis of early access because it works for Unknown Worlds and for Charlie Cleveland. Now, I'm gonna skip over some parts here because essentially Charlie, or this document, goes over things that we already know, like it describes the events that has happened in social circles around the internet. So I'm just gonna hop on over to how it all started with the acquisition. So, point 47. By 2021, Unknown Worlds sought a partner to help the studio reach even more players worldwide. Teaming up with a company that could provide international marketing and global branding capabilities would enable Unknown Worlds to bring more new games to its growing fan community and do so more quickly. Unknown Worlds had a great offer for any investor or buyer. Behind closed doors, Cleveland and his team had a new game in production, that being Moonbreaker, and team members who had worked on Below Zero were set to lead the charge on the next game in the Subnautica franchise. In October 2021, Krafton Inc., a South Korean video game publisher and holding company, announced that it would acquire Unknown Worlds. Pursuant to the EPA, Unknown Worlds would remain an independent studio, thereby maintaining its autonomy to develop and launch great games. Krafton recognized Unknown Worlds' proven ability to create immersive experiences that resonate with gamers around the world, and it represented publicly and privately that it would not change the soul of the studio. In a press release, Krafton wrote, "Unknown World structure and leadership will remain in place to retain its unique creative identity." Already here we're seeing that Krafton essentially promised they would not fiddle around with Unknown Worlds. They would keep everything as is. They would let Charlie and the rest of the team be. He would be able to lead the studio as he saw fit. Krafton CEO Changhan C.H. Kim told Cleveland and Guild that he was particularly excited that Unknown Worlds would bring its expertise in early access launches to Krafton. Kim also commended Unknown Worlds and promised great support. Unknown Worlds are incredibly skilled and passionate developers with an unparalleled gift for creativity and a proven track record of building successful player-driven worlds. Krafton will spare no effort in helping them. Not only do they enhance our development capabilities, but we share a goal of creating unique experiences for global audiences. In creating these unique experiences, Kim wanted Cleveland to develop a Subnautica's franchise IP with cross-media expansion beyond the game into television or movies. In addition to Moonbreaker, the franchise IP effort would become Cleveland's focus. So Cleveland, Charlie that is, was supposed to expand Subnautica into more stuff like franchises across media. Like this was supposed to be a bigger thing, and who knows, maybe it still can be. So it's supposed to be like television, movies, stuff like that. So that was supposedly the agreement between him and Kim, the CEO of Krafton, it would seem. Krafton's promises are memorialized in the Equity Purchase Agreement, the EPA that is. Plaintiff Fortis Advisors was the shareholder representative for Unknown Worlds' former owners. In addition to the $500 million upfront purchase price, a key component of the EPA is the earnout provision, under which the sellers, the founders, and other Unknown Worlds employees alike were eligible for an earnout bonus of up to $250 million based on Unknown Worlds revenue through December 31, 2025, with the option to extend the earnout period through June 2026. Then we see a bunch of redacted stuff here. The earnout formula considers the something EPA. The earnout amount is calculated by with a cap of $250 million EPA. The founders owned approximately this many of the shares of Unknown Worlds at the acquisition, but in recognition of their team members' great work, the EPA is structured to provide an outsized earnout to Unknown Worlds employees. It set aside fully 10% of the earnout amount to be distributed across the team, so the $25 million would go to everybody else on the team. Beyond this guarantee, the founders plan to share even more of the earnout with their dedicated team. So Charlie and the rest, they were supposed to split even more money from the payout to the rest of the team again, which sounds really generous in my opinion. To support the team's opportunity to gain the earnout, the founders wanted to be sure they retained control of their revenue streams that could not be terminated arbitrarily. So they wanted to make sure, obviously, that this was going to happen, that they were going to get their earnout and the rest of the team would get a bonus. In the EPA, Krafton agreed that the founders would maintain operational control of the group companies in all material aspects, including for both existing and new products, product roadmap, launch, planning, partnering, budgeting, and employee matters, so long as at least one of the three of them was still employed. The EPA was consistent with the founders' employment agreements, which similarly reflects that they would, a bunch of redacted stuff, Cleveland, McGuire, and Krafton also promised that Notwithstanding anything to the contrary in the agreement, it could not terminate any employee of Unknown Worlds during the earnout window, including the founders, without the prior written consent of a majority of the founders. So essentially, 2 of the 3 founders would have to agree to terminate one of the other founders, or that they would be, taking a step back from production. That was essentially the agreement, that Krafton can't just fire them, because that was the contractual agreement, that they can't just do this. They have to have a majority in voting from the founders, which were 3 of them, right? So this is already like a major chink in Krafton's armor. The sole exception to that prohibition allows Krafton to terminate employees for cause, a high bar requiring commission of a felony, an intentional act of fraud or dishonesty, intentional wrongful disclosure of trade secrets, or a willful act or omission by such individual that constitutes gross misconduct and that is injurious to Unknown Worlds, where willful means committed without good faith and without a reasonable belief that the act or omission was in Unknown Worlds' best interest. That sounds kind of what Krafton has been trying to spin it as, that this is for the well-being of Unknown Worlds, because Charlie and the others, they haven't committed a crime, they haven't had like intentional acts of fraud or dishonesty, disclosure of trade secrets, nothing like that. All it's essentially what Krafton has been trying to spin it at is Charlie and Max and Ted have been like gross negligent of the production of Subnautica 2. Anyway, Krafton further agreed not to take any actions, the primary business purpose of which is to deprive sellers earnout payments and to consult in good faith with the management of Unknown Worlds, prior to taking any action that would reasonably be expected to materially decrease the earnout amount. We're gonna get to this in a moment, because this one, again, like, this is huge. Largely because of Krafton's promises to leave creative and commercial control over Unknown Worlds in their hands, the founders were excited to work with Krafton. "We're truly looking forward to our future together," Cleveland said in a press release. Under Krafton's umbrella, Unknown Worlds continued the great work it had been doing when it was fully independent. As before the acquisition, Cleveland was largely focused on running the Moonbreaker team, while others at Unknown Worlds worked on new game concepts and continued working toward Subnautica 2. Cleveland also got to work on the Subnautica film Krafton's CEO had encouraged him to pursue. So already Charlie was starting to work on the Subnautica film that we're supposed to be getting. And again, key point here, as apparently Krafton's CEO pushed Charlie to pursue that film. Important information. Unknown Worlds' first release post-acquisition was Moonbreaker, a turn-based strategy video game set in an expansive science fiction universe. Unknown Worlds worked on Moonbreaker for 5 years before the early access release in September 2022, holding the game for internal development and improvement far past the point it had released earlier games. Although the company achieved financial success in this time period, largely due to the continued strength of the Subnautica franchise, Moonbreaker did not sell as well as the team hoped. For Unknown Worlds, the lesson was crystal clear. Early access releases are core to its DNA, and community feedback during game development is essential for its development to build games that fans love. And again, yes, Moonbreaker, obviously it was not released in early access as far as I know, so there we go. Like, another key point, Unknown Worlds should essentially release games in early access because they need player feedback to build their games to make really great games. Follow extensive communications with Krafton about how developed Subnautica 2 needed to be for early access. Unknown Worlds pushed the planned early access release date back to the fourth quarter of 2024 and then to the first half of 2025. The fan community's excitement for the game increased when, in November of 2023, Krafton revealed in a financial report that the Subnautica sequel would be released on that timeline. With additional review of the game within Unknown Worlds and additional feedback from and conversations with Krafton, Unknown Worlds pushed the release date one last time to, now we don't know what month this is, but in 2025. Unknown Worlds saw this as a sweet spot for the release timing, late enough to allow its developers to get the game ready and early enough for the fan community to join the effort and help the developers iterate. Krafton agreed. Conversations with Krafton also led the founders to clarify their responsibilities in 2024 by changing their titles within Unknown Worlds. And this is all the talk surrounding like how Charlie took up another title, and we've heard this talk publicly on the internet here, and it seems like they're trying to clarify what was going on here. As the company was growing rapidly and working on several major projects at a time, it was natural for the founders to take on a more supervisory role across the company, as opposed to remaining pigeonholed on a specific game or project, because Krafton wanted them to go back to specific roles instead of like having like an umbrella view of the entire company and what they should do. The founder
Man, I don't know what I want currently, like right now. I'm just... I ate good today. Like really good. But usually when I don't know what to do, I... Which is obviously not really healthy. I probably should go to sleep. But I also still am not done with Triple Z, with Genshin. I just need water. That's what I need. Ah. Okay, since you came to us, manager. Non-black screen. What? Mm-hmm. 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 Perfect dodge, combo moves, team combat. Not right now. More than 42 days. Thank goodness. Bronze. Shoulder to shoulder. After range, it uses an attack skill if you press. Mm-hmm. Let's see.
My blade is already It's over. Resistance is futile.
Like makes sense.
First discussed the plan with Krafton executives, who later confirmed to Gil that Krafton's CEO fully supported the plan. So, Cleveland's title changed from CEO and design director to franchise creative director, removing administrative tasks Krafton required of a CEO and allowing him to focus on Subnautica's cross-media expansion and, in particular, on the Subnautica film. Cleveland moved to Los Angeles to network with Hollywood creatives in support of the film. Now, this is very interesting because the whole conversation around a film has been about Charlie's like an upcoming Christmas film that Charlie has been working on, but it sounds to me here like it was actually supposed to be like a Subnautica film that he was working on. So I wonder what the situation is really there. Like, what is the full picture? We're gonna get to that at some point, not here, but this is very interesting. McGuire's title changed from technical director to special projects director so that he, Unknown World's most talented engineer, could focus on research and development within the studio rather than on managing people. Sounds like it makes sense. Finally, Gil's title changed from president to CEO, a role that allowed him to free Cleveland from Krafton mandated administrative tasks and was consistent with the leadership role he had taken on in his years since joining the company. Multiple Krafton executives congratulated Gil on assuming his new role. Krafton updated the founders' roles in Workday, its HR system, by August 12, 2024, and on official organizational charts thereafter. Krafton also updated Cleveland's title on its public-facing website, where it highlighted certain employees. And here we see, you know, some of the key people on Krafton, and on the right side here we see Charlie Cleveland, the CEO of Unknown Worlds, and yeah, it seems like they were very happy with them, apparently. Given its centrality to the company's success, the founders of course maintained an active role for Subnautica 2, driving its overall creative and commercial direction and supervising the day-to-day leads. But the role clarifications allowed them to widen their scope and push for the kind of broad franchise IP success that Krafton wanted. So again, it seems, according to Charlie and the others, like this was what Krafton had asked them to, like, try to cross-pollinate to other media with Subnautica as a franchise. With the role clarifications complete, Unknown Worlds pushed ahead and unveiled the next steps for Subnautica's franchise. It released the Subnautica 2 teaser trailer in October of 2024 on YouTube, where it has hundreds of thousands of subscribers. The fan community expressed great enthusiasm in the comments. And we see a bunch of, you know, very excited people here after this. Of course, like, it was a big day for all the Subnautica fans. But now we get to the point where things start going downhill. Now, this is the one that really matters in all of this. As momentum for Subnautica 2 was building, the reality of what this would mean for Earnout hit Krafton. When that happened, everything changed. In early 2025, given the upcoming release of Subnautica 2, Gil was negotiating incentive bonuses for the many employees who were not guaranteed to receive earnout pay because they joined Unknown Worlds after Krafton's acquisition. Sounds like a really good move, a good guy move there, right? In the course of those conversations, Gil provided Krafton executives a set of realistic financial projections incorporating Subnautica 2's release. Under one projection, the founders and other Unknown Worlds employees would earn something something, and under the other they would make something something. That is, you know, the bonus that was set aside plus additional bonuses from the founders themselves, apparently. In subsequent conversations, Gil confirmed that these revenue projections were conservative and that the actual revenue would likely be higher. Not only were the scenarios missing significant revenue streams, specifically mobile and Nintendo 2 Switch sales, they also likely underestimated continued sales of Subnautica and Subnautica Below Zero. Those games would have had a bump in sales when Subnautica 2 launched. Absolutely. Perhaps more importantly, the projections considered only what the earnout would be if the window ended in 2025, but the EPA permits the window to be extended through June 2026. With nearly a full year of Subnautica 2 revenue included, it is highly likely that the founders and other Unknown Worlds employees would make something something. That was the turning point in Unknown Worlds' relationship with Krafton. After Krafton leaders reviewed Gil's projections and evaluated the anticipated revenue and earnout numbers, everything changed. During the first week of April 2025, Unknown Worlds publishing colleagues in Krafton's El Segundo, California office traveled to Korea to finalize the marketing and advertising strategy for Subnautica 2's something launch. Upon their return, the El Segundo team, Krafton employees, reported to Gil that Krafton's leadership was not focused on a successful launch, but instead on how it could convince Unknown Worlds to delay the game. Already, this is where it started. They went to you know, finalize all of the marketing and stuff with Kraft, and they came back and they were like,
So
yeah,
when I
so
press
the leaders up
shift
there,
to
they
stove.
want to delay the game. You know, if everything before that like wasn't a red, like this is
I
massive.
can
This
do
is a
it
massive.
when it's on right mouse button. Well, at least I couldn't do it the one time that I tried to do it.
Flag. The El Segundo colleagues informed Guild that Krafton's legal team was combing through the agreements looking for any opening to terminate the founders if they proceeded with the planned monthly release. The El Segundo colleagues told Guild that it was clear that Krafton was aiming to avoid paying the earnout. Good of the El Segundo teams to actually let Charlie know about this. Again, this is all like, this is his claim, but this is a very strong story so far. So I don't actually doubt this. The founders were shocked. Krafton had promised in the EPA that it would not take any actions with the primary business to propose to the purpose of depriving sellers of the earnout payments, and now it appeared that Krafton was taking steps to delay the launch and even fire the founders for that very purpose. So this was not launch. Sellers say that it will far. So I don't actually doubt this. The founders were shocked. Krafton had promised in the EPA that it would not take any actions with the primary business to propose to the purpose of depriving sellers of the earnout payments, and now it appeared that Krafton was taking steps to delay the launch and even fire the founders for that very purpose. So this was not as sudden as we thought it was. This has been going on for a while, like a couple of months at least. The clash between the game's prospects and Krafton's delay goals crystallized after Gil met with Krafton's chief global publishing officer, Jin Oh. During an April 8th meeting, it appeared Oh had not received the message from Krafton headquarters that Subnautica 2 needed to be delayed. Oh told Gil that the founders were being too conservative in their sales figures for Subnautica 2 and that they needed to aim bigger. Oh wanted to put together a business and marketing plan to sell 2 to 3 million copies by December 31, 2025, something redacted. This would have left the sellers poised to easily make their full $250 million payout. Oh pointed that Krafton's recent early access launch of another game, Inzoi, which sold 1.1 million copies in the first week despite having significantly less content and being less developed than Subnautica 2, Oh thought Unknown Worlds should easily double that sales figure with proper publishing support. Yeah, it's gonna sell like hotcakes, I'm gonna tell you, obviously. But days later, the founders received confirmation that Krafton's support had gone cold. On April 11, 2025, Krafton's head of publishing for the Americas reported to Guild that Krafton was looking to delay the game but did not seem to have a valid reason for doing so. From mid-April forward, Krafton began building a news story that Subnautica 2 was not ready and could not be released in this month of 2025. Again, the leak that has been going on from Krafton seems to paint the picture that a lot of stuff were cut and that they had reason to delay it. This story, well, it makes it pretty certain that Krafton is working overtime to really control the narrative here, but from Charlie's point of view, this entire story so far, it just, you know, it just blows Krafton's side out of the water. Now, we get to this point. Krafton embraces obstructionist tactics to delay Subnautica 2 and avoid paying the earnout. At this point, Krafton began a months-long campaign designed to delay Subnautica 2's launch and avoid the earnout. In late April, Krafton's chief publishing global officer declared that Krafton wanted to assign a new publishing team to Subnautica 2 despite Unknown World's great relationship with Krafton's El Segundo publishing unit. So they seem to be on good terms with El Segundo. They are the ones that warned Charlie and the others of this situation. Unknown World's only requests were for Krafton to assign someone who had experience in shipping early access titles, could work with Unknown World's mostly American and European time zones, and spoke English at least conversationally. Krafton met none of those requests. It assigned a VP of publishing who had extremely limited experience in releasing a PC game, had just worked on his first early access title, was based in Korea and thus in a different time zone than needed, and did not speak English. In meetings throughout May, Krafton's publishing team advanced the new company line. Subnautica 2 was not ready. They tried to seize control over the launch, asserting that contrary to the clear terms of the EPA, the release date would be Krafton's call. They delayed decisions and delivered incomplete work product. On May 20th of 2025, Cleveland joined Kim, Krafton's CEO, and some colleagues for lunch. Kim said that if Unknown Worlds released the game on its planned timeline, meaning Krafton would have to pay the earnout, it could be disastrous financially and hugely embarrassing for Krafton. Why would it be embarrassing for Crafton? If Kim actually said this, what? Them paying out a $250 million earnout to Unknown Worlds would be respectable. People would be like, oh my god, these are the greatest publishers ever. So it's like, okay, if this holds true, what? Anyway, Crafton later asserted that Kim never made those statements. Instead, Crafton claimed Kim's words had been, incorrectly interpreted by the translators, an issue that had not arisen in other translated meetings over almost 4 years. Yeah, it's like, incorrectly interpreted. Really? That's a big thing to incorrectly translate to somebody. That is a huge mistake if that is true. A week later, Chief Global Publishing Officer, told the guild that if Unknown Worlds was going to release Subnautica 2 with Crafton, it had to be done his way or not at all. Was offended when Gil reminded him that the EPA preserved the release date decision for Unknown Worlds alone. It seems like Crafton is just completely sidelining the entire planning and the contract that they had written. It's like, what are they doing? Shortly thereafter, Crafton demanded that Unknown Worlds delay the game until 2026, again claiming that Subnautica 2 was not ready. Crafton's obstructionist tactics intensified at May 27, 2025 milestone review meetings, a Crafton-mandated gatekeeping process for checking on games and developments. I wonder if that is the documents that they had leaked the other day. That seems to be the case here. I'm just guessing. At the meeting, Crafton announced that the game had to be delayed based on the reviews of its internal experts. The founders would later learn that the purported experts had little expertise to share. None had worked on successful early access games, and none had experience with games in Subnautica 2's genre, survival. For their part, the founders explained at the milestone review meeting why Crafton's view was wrong and why the planned 2025 release should proceed. They explained that playtest data, feedback from hundreds of community members who played the game for thousands of hours, man, I am jelly of you guys, unequivocally confirmed that the game was ready to go, and they expressed concern that taking longer to develop the game internally would risk losing the
Hi friends, my name is Triss, and this is No Boilerplate, focusing on fast, technical videos. Rust is the senior developer's dream language. Certainly it is mine. For the first time in my 15-year career, I feel that I have found a language that lets me confidently write not just high-level application code, but low-level driver code and everything in between too. What gives me this confidence is Rust's borrow checker, algebraic data types, powerful macros, and the unsafe system, all kept sane by the friendliest compiler in the business. I've explained the joy of Rust at length on this channel. I shan't repeat myself here. See my playlists if you're curious. However, some of what I have mentioned breaks down when interacting with async Rust. Async code seems alien. Some people even say it's not Rust, it's a different language hidden inside it, but the problem is simpler than that. My core issue with async in Rust isn't that it's bad or broken or unusable, it's actually nothing short of miraculous. The problem is that it threatens what I consider Rust's golden contract with its users. If you use references, the compiler will make your life easy. You get Rust's superpowers for free if you use Rust's ownership model with its 2 kinds of references, shared and exclusive. In my How to Learn Rust video, I recommended that students first don't use references, use ownership and share nothing, then copy and clone everything, and then only use references when the compiler tells you to. I promised that following this would eventually teach you how to use most of Rust properly. But for async Rust, there is a part 4, which rather complicates matters. Though the compiler is getting more and more helpful with each iteration, async is still a sharp edge, especially for newcomers, because it kind of forces you to learn everything. I dedicate my video scripts to the public domain. Everything you see here, script links and images, are part of a markdown document available freely on GitHub and at my website, namtao.com. I'm delighted to say that this video is sponsored by friend of the channel, Let's Get Rusty. In addition to being a fellow Rust YouTuber, Bogdan runs Rust training both corporate and personal with a new cohort starting each month. Visit letsgetrusty.com/startwithtriss. Link in the pinned comment to find out more about the training. And thanks so much to Let's Get Rusty for sponsoring this video. I'm going to discuss concurrency and parallelism today, and despite the assumptions of the Tokyo Crate, these are very different techniques, and we should tighten up our definitions before we continue. You and I, as humans, are single-tasking creatures. We can do one piece of mental work at a time. Concurrency is how we actually multitask.
Over the past few months, there has been an ongoing shift in what Steam allows on their platform. From the increase in the number and types of games banned and removed, it was clear that there was a policy change. In my last 2 monthly news updates, I have shared my concerns and hesitantly said that it is not clear where the new line for what is and is not acceptable on Steam actually lies. Fortunately, or unfortunately, Steam has now publicly confirmed this new policy change. What you shouldn't publish on Steam. Content that may violate the rules and standards set forth by Steam's payment processors and related card networks and banks, or internet network providers. Now, as vague and weaselly as that sounds, I can't help explain to you what exactly this means. I have been talking with you all for years about how Visa and MasterCard have been quietly regulating games, art, political thought, and the impact that they have had in shaping society both on and off the internet. So what is content that may violate the rules and standards set forth by Steam's payment processors and related card networks and banks or internet network providers? Well, if you go to MasterCard's latest copy of their rules from June of this year and scroll down to section 512.7, illegal or brand damaging transactions, MasterCard tells you exactly what is content that may violate the rules and standards. The sale of a product or service, including an image, which is patently offensive and lacks serious artistic value, such as, by way of example and not limitation, images of non-consensual sexual behavior, sexual exploitation of a minor, non-consensual mutilation of a person or body part, and bestiality, or any other material that the corporation deems unacceptable to sell in connection with a mark. So that means that images of non-consensual sexual behavior, sexual exploitation of a minor, non-consensual mutilation of a person or body part, and bestiality are now prohibited content on Steam. Seems pretty straightforward, right? The problem is that we are dealing with fiction and not reality. So what counts as fictional, non-consensual sexual behavior? I don't think I've ever watched a TV show or movie with 100% informed consent between two characters engaging in sexual behavior, let alone in a video game. I mean, aside from the obvious acts of physical coercion or chemical chicanery, we have to rule out content with any kind of financial, social, or other power imbalance. Likely, we would need each fictional character to be able to demonstrate informed consent before each and every interaction to verify that no non-consensual sexual behavior ever occurs. I would love for you all to share any game, movie, or TV show that fully complies with this standard. Moving on to sexual exploitation of a minor. This seems pretty clear-cut. No one supports the sexual exploitation of minors. Wait, given the recent news cycle, that may not be a safe statement. Okay, if we exclude billionaires and their underlings, the vast majority of the rest of us do not support the sexual exploitation of minors. However, once again, we are dealing with fictional characters. It's not like any of these characters have birth certificates. So how do we determine what created character is and is not a minor? Steam has been diligently regulating this over the past few years by focusing on restricting age-related contextual content like school settings, as well as heavily regulating what they consider unacceptable body type. I was actually just asked by a developer in Taiwan why Steam seems to discriminate against smaller breast sizes, and it wasn't until just then that I realized that Steam has basically outlawed the body shape of almost all East Asian adult women. While I'm sure that this was not their intention, the fact remains that the body shape of the average adult American is vastly different from the body shape of the average adult Taiwanese. It's a shitty situation, and I'm not sure anyone has a good solution about this, but I am absolutely certain that I would trust just about anyone else other than the people in charge of Visa and MasterCard to resolve this. Moving on to non-consensual mutilation of a person or body part. I can't wait to see Call of Duty, Baldur's Gate 3, and every other game with any type of dismemberment be removed by Steam. Or are we going to pretend that all of the fictional characters in these games struggling to survive are consenting to being shot, blown up, napalmed, or any other of the Rube Goldberg means leading to their demise? I mean, we have to be fair. It's not like this is an elaborate witch hunt to persecute people's sexualities and engage in an orgy of digital book burning. These are standards that must be upheld equally to everyone. So I welcome you all to reach out to Steam and let them know every game with non-consensual mutilation of a person or body part. I mean, that's gotta be at least a quarter of the total games on Steam. Gabe needs our help, and I am absolutely sure that he would personally appreciate your commitment to fairness and transparency. And finally, we have bestiality. Again, with fiction, it is very difficult to determine where the line is here. Over the last 4 years, I have seen so many games with fantastical themes and characters struggle with this, including a developer debating with the agents of MasterCard over the size and shape of a Minotaur's genitalia. My current conclusion is that there must be some really powerful people who absolutely hate furries and catgirls. However, this could present an excellent opportunity for Gabe to speak out and dispel the rumors that he himself hates catgirls. All joking aside, the biggest tragedy here is that I truly believe that the people advocating for the censorship and suppression of these flavors actually think that they are helping to make the world safer. Unfortunately, it has been shown consistently that when we deny people safe and healthy outlets to express and explore their unique sexualities, sexual violence increases, crime increases, and overall mental health declines, making society and the world a worse place. Fictional content is not reality, and failing to be able to identify the difference between the two is a sign of a severe mental health issue. So that by campaigning against this type of fictional content, these advocates are in fact contributing to the eventual harm of actual humans. And sadly, most of that harm will almost assuredly, and ironically, end up being directed at women. Just because something disgusts us does not necessarily mean we should destroy it. Are actual humans being harmed by this fictional content? If so, how? Right now, all of the current research seems to show that it actually helps. If you would like to know more, I welcome you to check out my previous video from the Nordic Game Jam where I cover this in much more detail. There you can also find a whole host of links and citations to actual studies and research. You know, as opposed to arbitrary social engineering from unelected and seemingly unaccountable assholes from Visa and MasterCard. And until next time, no shaming, just gaming.
Purging slash. My blade is already.
There's a device that's often used in a lot of musicals we love.
I want adventure in the great wide somewhere.
If you'll pay close attention, you'll notice it everywhere.
Heart wants to sing every song.
Within the first 10 minutes or so, you'll hear a song.
You wanna build a snowman?
A song that expresses the hopes, the dreams, the visions, and the deepest wishes of the central character.
I want more.
It's called the I Want song. When Jim Henson set out to do the Muppet movie, he wanted to tell a story that gave his characters depth and texture. He knew that finding just the right song for Kermit to open up the film with would set the tone for the rest of the movie. He would end up finding Kermit's I Want song in the most unorthodox of places. I'm Dara Star Tucker, and this is The Breakdown. For his first feature-length theatrical release, Jim Henson needed a song that would give viewers a window into Kermit's soul and would communicate his deepest desires. The song would also let the audience know that this wasn't your typical kids film. I mean, yeah, it was a children's movie, sort of, but the secret of the success of Jim Henson's Muppets was that he never pandered to children. His philosophy was, we're not just writing for children, we're writing for the child in all of us. And if you think about it, a lot of children's television and movies at that time were a product of that philosophy, especially the shows that Jim Henson worked on. There was lots of mature humor, lots of double entendre, and grown-up references to things that would go right over kids' heads.
Next time, you'll wonder how many legs an octopus has. You look at the 8.
Octopus has 8 legs.
And that's the way Jim liked it. Parents could watch The Muppet Show and Sesame Street with their children and not be driven up the wall. The dialogue was smart and the songs were magical.
Sing a song.
So when it came time to create a full-scale movie that would showcase the Muppets characters that Jim Henson had spent his life developing, he worked hard to assemble a team that really got his creative vision. And when it came to choosing the songwriters that he would work with, he didn't look to the world of children's music. He chose a writer that was known for writing sentimental, grown-up ballads that pulled at the heartstrings. Songs like this.
Love, soft as an easy chair.
And this.
You and me against the world.
And this.
Rainy days, Mondays always get me down.
By 1978, Paul Williams had already established himself as one of the most important songwriters of the decade. He'd won a Golden Globe, a Grammy, and an Academy Award for co-writing the theme of A Star Is Born with Barbra Streisand.
I was going to thank all the little people, and then I remembered I am the little people.
He'd written half the Carpenters' hits.
We've only just begun.
And this song for Three Dog Night.
Just an old-fashioned love song.
He had done quite a bit of acting and was a staple on the talk show and game show circuit too. He was everywhere in the 70s. He was a fixture in US pop culture, but behind it all, he was a deeply unhappy man. Because he was always the life of the party, most people around him didn't know how thoroughly he was drifting into a life of drug and alcohol addiction. He'd entered into show business at a time when drug culture was the norm, so heavy drinking and casual drug use were not something that would raise many eyebrows.
In the 60s, 70s, and 80s, there was a drug culture. In a Studio 54 world, kind of everybody was doing it.
But Paul was fighting a lot of personal demons, and fame helped to mask that lifelong struggle for a while. He was always looking for the thing that could make him more special and less different. He would later say that being different was difficult, but being special was addicting.
Somebody that the entire world loves is laughing at my jokes. There's a big difference between being special and being different. You know, and I think that that's a pursuit that began for me back when I was 4 or 5.
Paul Williams had grown up in Omaha, Nebraska as the son of an alcoholic father who was killed in a drunk driving accident when Paul was just 13 years old. After that, Paul went to live with his aunt in Long Beach, California. Paul's growth was severely stunted because of a medical condition that was treated with hormone shots that actually made it worse, so he only grew to be 5'2" tall. He dealt with a lot of insecurities and isolation and loneliness growing up. He caught the acting bug because he wanted to be anything but himself. After the acting thing didn't work out, he landed a job as a staff writer at A&M Records. Right away, he started getting cuts on various albums, but no real hits. But in 1970, everything changed.
We've only just begun.
Paul Williams and his writing partner Roger Nichols initially wrote this as a commercial jingle for a bank in Northern California.
We've only just begun.
The commercial campaign flopped, but A&M recording artist Richard Carpenter heard the song on television and flipped over it. It was a massive hit for the Carpenters in 1970.
So many roads to choose.
And after that, the world was never the same for Paul Williams. His career was catapulted into the stratosphere, which was a bit unusual for a songwriter, but he had a charisma and a charm that drew audiences in. Just a year before that breakout hit, a television show debuted that changed the face of children's television.
Sunny day,
Sesame Street introduced the world to the Muppets. They were funny, colorful, charming characters that had a surprising degree of depth for a children's show. In 1970, Joe Raposo wrote a song for Kermit that expressed the loneliness and isolation that could come from being born into a body that didn't fit the world's standard of beauty.
It's not easy being green.
A body that could make you feel invisible and conspicuous at the same time.
Ordinary things.
It's Not Easy Being Green soon became an anthem for anyone who had been made to feel othered by the world, a status that Paul Williams could identify with all too well. Paul said that fame made him feel like he belonged in the world, not like he was better than anyone, just that he actually belonged for once. For the first time in his life, he felt like he was part of the club. For the first 26 years of his life, he was an oddball that stood out for all the wrong reasons. Women never really paid him much attention. Now suddenly he was appearing on The Tonight Show 50 times. He had achieved significance. He mattered. But he began to feel more and more isolated as his drinking and drug use worsened. The only thing he found more addictive than the attention he received from being in front of the camera was the buzz that he got from all the cocaine and vodka that he was consuming off camera. Paul Williams was at the top of his professional game when Jim Henson asked him to write a soundtrack for a quirky film being shot in Canada called Emmett Otter's Jug Band Christmas. After that collaboration, Jim asked him to do the soundtrack for the Muppets feature film that he was working on. Paul gladly obliged and brought in his frequent songwriting partner Kenny Asher to collaborate with him. The funny thing was, other than talking over the script and letting them know where the songs would need to be placed in the film, Jim Henson didn't provide them with any real creative guidance for the songs that he wanted them to write. They understood that his creative vision was to create well-rounded characters that didn't talk down to children, but he gave Paul Williams and Kenny Asher a free hand with the kind of music that they would be writing for the film. So the movie opens with Kermit the Frog sitting on a log in a swamp. Williams and Asher needed a song that could clearly establish the why for the film's whole premise. It was a road movie where the Muppets were making their way to Hollywood to be in the movies. So as Paul and Kenny debated what message they wanted Kermit to convey, they had to consider a few things. He was a frog. He was happy in the swamp, but he needed to have sufficient reason to leave the swamp where he'd led this simple, uncomplicated life. Kermit was isolated and a bit lonely, just like Paul. And ultimately, Kermit really just wanted to make people happy, and so did Paul. Many of the songs that Paul had had his biggest hits with spoke to this sense of longing and a search for connectedness. You and Me Against the World, I Won't Last a Day Without You, Rainy Days and Mondays, and a song called Loneliness. In addition to conveying Kermit's sense of isolation, Paul and Kenny wanted the opening song to reflect Kermit's surroundings. He was in the water. There was lots of sun, which meant that the light rays were being reflected off the water. And what does refracted light yield? Rainbows. And what do rainbows represent? Dreams, visions, wishes, promises, hope. So they had their inspiration.
Nice.
The Rainbow Connection was not a title that came easily to Paul Williams and Kenny Asher. They had actually written most of the song, but they hadn't come up with that line until they were talking to a friend about what they were trying to capture. The idea of a single concept, a wavelength that connects all people who are searching for their place in the world, something that carries a magical quality. Their friend responded, "Oh, you're looking for that Rainbow Connection," and they had their title. Although Rainbow Connection obviously occupies a territory that's similar to one of the greatest film themes of all time, also a song about rainbows. Somewhere Over the Rainbow really wasn't Paul and Kenny's primary inspiration for the song's theme. The first line is an obvious reference to that song.
Why are there so many songs about rainbows?
But what Paul and Kenny set out to evoke was the magic and longing of an iconic theme from Paul's favorite Disney film. When Kermit starts to sing in that swamp, Paul wanted the audience to feel what he felt when he saw Jiminy Cricket take off his hat and look up into the night sky and sing about that star. It was the idea that simply believing in something was enough to make it a reality.
What's so amazing that keeps us stargazing?
The song allows the listener to identify themselves in the lyrics, so it feels personal, and it's hard not to hear that song as a reflection of Paul's own sense of longing to feel significant, to feel special, to feel like he belonged.
The lovers, the dreamers, and me.
And Paul knew that his ability to capture that desire for connection and significance was the key to his songwriting success. He later said that he wrote more sophisticated songs as time went on, but those songs never caught on like his early material did. He put it this way: when I wrote Authentic Need, when I wrote what was going on at the center of my chest, that's when people responded. Paul told Jim Henson that they would be sending him song samples as he and Kenny worked on building the soundtrack to the Muppet movie, but Jim responded, "No, that's not necessary. I'm sure they'll be great. I'll hear them in the studio when you finish." He trusted Paul and Kenny completely. When it came to building the soundtrack to the Muppet movie, but Jim would be singing all the material did. He put it this way: when I wrote Authentic Need, when I wrote what was going on at the center of my chest, that's when people responded. Paul told Jim Henson that they would be sending him song samples as he and Kenny worked on building the soundtrack to the Muppet movie, but Jim responded, "No, that's not necessary. I'm sure they'll be great. I'll hear them in the studio when you finish." He trusted Paul and Kenny completely. When it came time to record the Rainbow Connection, it was Paul Williams' job to produce the soundtrack. Jim Henson was in the vocal booth alone, performing it in Kermit's voice, but something wasn't working. The magic just wasn't there. So Paul had an idea. He asked Jim to go get Kermit and actually sing the song through Kermit in the booth. So Jim Henson obliged him. He got Kermit and voiced the song with the Muppet in the booth, and suddenly there was magic. The version that we hear in the film was recorded with Kermit in the vocal booth singing into the mic through Jim Henson. The Rainbow Connection has gone on to become one of the most beloved songs in the world. Paul Williams says the more time that passes, the less he feels any ownership of it. As to whether he and Kenny Asher really understood what they had when they wrote it, he says that answering that question would require a sense of authorship, which he really doesn't feel. The Rainbow Connection came from a place that resides deep in the human heart, that speaks to a force that's bigger than any one person, a place that a diminutive man in his often self-destructive quest for meaning and significance found a way to connect with, a place that resides just behind the sun, just beyond the rain, that when you least expect it, can step in, see us through, and somehow...
That's cool.
Yeah, another video like this in a row. That's crazy. You guys are about to hear something from me that I think many of you are not going to like. And I want to preface the video with this because to me, this is one of those like, oh, brace for impact moments. Like I know that there's going to be some pretty crazy response to this, but I think this is pretty big news because in today's video, I'm going to be addressing quite a few things, including how I feel about the games that I've been playing, where we are, where we're going, and contracts and more. So let's talk about it. You know, a lot of really great games have released over the past year, and even beyond that, we've had so many great games released over the past few years. Things like Clair Obscur, the Oblivion remaster, Metaphor ReFantasio, Monster Hunter Wilds, Dune Awakening. There's so many other games that have come out in that time too, and so many like fun group games, party games with friends, other single player games, and there's even more like amazing indie titles out there that are getting way less coverage. And I'm gonna be real with you guys, I haven't played any of them. Well, except for Monster Hunter Wilds, I did play that quite a bit. I enjoyed it, but I haven't played any of the new content on that. I got 1 hour into Oblivion, the remaster. I got like 45 minutes into Dune Awakening. I haven't even opened Clair Obscur, and there's so many more games than that. And I've realized over the past little bit that I just really miss playing real games. And so I begin to ask myself, why? Why am I in this position where I'm not playing these games? Why am I in this position where I feel like I can't spend the time to sit down and enjoy these games? And the answer that I came to, and the conclusion that I came to, is because right now I'm constantly chasing the schedule of whatever gacha game I am covering. The gacha games I'm playing, Wuthering Waves and Honkai Star Rail, and many other gacha games will release patches every 3 to 6 weeks, depending on the game. And with those patches come new characters, and my content's all centered around helping you guys understand those characters and build them to be very strong, so that way you guys don't get completely taken advantage of and wiped off the face of the planet whenever you try to complete something like Memory of Chaos. And I really enjoy educating. I don't know how many of you guys know this about me, but I'm actually a music educator, or I was a music educator educator, YouTube kind of took off for me when I was in my student teaching. So I got my degree in music education, and I used to teach kids during a student teaching section of my college career. But then after that, I was like, oh, I really like YouTube, and I really like teaching people through YouTube. And so I've continued to make like guide videos for you guys for a really long time. And with HSR, it's been just over 2 years, but I started in Genshin. And Genshin, you guys probably noticed, but I don't cover Genshin anymore. The reason that I don't cover Genshin anymore is because the game doesn't have anything new to offer me that makes me want to keep playing. They have a story that I think a lot of people are interested in, but for me, I can't really get behind gacha stories that are about selling the newest character. And it really feels like so many of these characters are introduced in gacha games just to be thrown away up until like a random event 3 years in the future where they come back with a couple dialogue lines. But it feels like most of these characters aren't even really a part of the world that much outside of serving the purpose of getting sales by being in the story and by fleshing out the characters. So like, I understand they build the world, but it also kind of plays into this whole idea that every single main character in a gacha game is just a self-insert. And when I think about games that I really loved, like The Witcher 3, for example, that's about a guy who has a ton of development throughout the entire series that makes him who he is, and it makes him such an interesting character. So much more interesting than a self-insert could ever be. So honestly, just I don't really like self-inserts, and I don't really like stories that focus on side characters more than the main character. And that's not a Genshin specific problem. That's just kind of why I'm not really interested in the Genshin story that much. And that's kind of all that's left of that game, because I've already beaten Abyss. I have all the characters that I wanted, and I'm kind of explorationed out. I'm not really too interested in chasing exploration in that game. So like, I'm kind of just done with it. And I fear that in Honkai Star Rail, I've kind of reached a similar point where off stream, I don't play that much outside of the CE server. Now, when the CE server comes, it takes up all of my free time, and I spend all of my time on the CE server testing out characters to bring you guys guide videos that I believe in and that hopefully help you guys a lot. But nowadays, it is very difficult for me to even write these guides. Like, I'm really struggling to sit down, test a character a bunch, and then like just write up the video script and edit the video. And what I've kind of realized is that this isn't burnout. I mean, I've been burnt out before. I burn out over and over and over when I push content too hard, but this is just how it is. This is just gacha games. And unfortunately for me, what I fear has happened is the creator experience server coming out weeks ahead of a character's release not only takes away the hype of getting to do everything with the community when the character comes out, but it also means that I have to spend weeks ahead of the character's release prepping content, and it makes it so when the character comes out, I don't actually want to play the character. But not only that, making the guides themselves takes me like a week. And because there's multiple characters that release some patches, and because I'm also doing Wuthering Waves, I've realized that like, I don't think I can do it anymore. I have one of the greatest jobs in the world, and I'll never take that for granted. I appreciate the hell out of you guys, and I'm so glad that I can make YouTube videos for my living. It's amazing. But I also come to realize that like, any job that you really just don't like doing probably isn't worth doing unless you absolutely have to. And I know that if I put my time and efforts into either a game I'm enjoying more at a time or content that I know I'm enjoying more at the time, I'm going to make better content. And I think as long as there are people like you guys who are interested in my content, I can really find a way to make YouTube a super enjoyable and fulfilling job in basically any niche. So with that said, going forward, you guys, I'm going to be taking a temporary hiatus from Honkai Star Rail guides. And the reason is because I want to fall in love with gaming again, find my passion for gaming again, and get to play some of these amazing things that I feel like I've missed out on trying to keep up with the gacha patch cycle. I want to make better content for you guys, but I don't think I can do that anymore on Honkai Star Rail guides, at least not right now. It's possible that maybe in the future, I will enjoy Honkai Star Rail guide making again to the extent that I did when the game first released, and I'll be able to put out those guides, but right now I'm just not feeling it. The videos that I enjoyed making the most over these past few months have been the game reviews. I really enjoyed making that Duet Night Abyss video. I scripted, voiced, recorded, and played all of that Duet Night Abyss footage that you see in that entire video. It was all done by me. The Warframe video as well. I did that one entirely by myself. The Etheria Restart video I did pass off to an editor, and they did a great job, but I think that if I edited that one, I also would have enjoyed it a little bit better as well. What I really like doing is talking about games, and a lot of the time, that means I have to play the game, or I get to play the game is an even better way to look at it. For me, I'm looking forward to so many games on the horizon. There's so many games I haven't played, and I really just want to reclaim gaming for myself because I haven't been able to do that since I've been kind of following this patch schedule. It has been quite exhausting for me. If you guys want the quality and the funny jokes and everything that are in my guide videos, I just can't do that stuff live. I can't make it easier for me to make that content. I've already optimized it all that I can, and it's just not what I want to do anymore, at least not right now. So what I'm going to be doing going forward is I'm going to be making some videos about new games that are upcoming, and then once I find a game that I really enjoy, that I really want to latch onto, that I have a super big interest in, I'll probably cover that game as well. When I was streaming talking about this yesterday at twitch.tv/Brax, I did get a question in chat, and they were asking, well, won't Hoyoverse like be upset about this? Isn't this like big for Hoyoverse? So let's talk about Hoyoverse contracts and how working with these companies has been. The first thing I need to say is that the idea that I'm on some kind of contract with Hoyoverse is a huge misconception. I've never been on a long-term contract with Honkai Star Rail once, not a single time. What I do get sometimes is commission from them to make a video, and that commission, you can think of it like a sponsorship where they're like, hey, we'll pay you to make this video. But the difference with the commission is that they're not actually over my shoulder telling me what I can and can't say outside of things that are like a beta NDA, right? So like if there's a character that's not out yet, but I have access to them, I can't talk about them, right, until the embargo's up. But in the case of where I say my opinion on a character, as long as it's not blatantly wrong, they don't care. Like if I came out and I said Acheron is actually a terrible unit when she released, they'd probably be like, you should reevaluate that. I think they would have even still let me release the video, to be honest, but I think they would have probably given me some feedback there, right? But there seems to be this huge misconception where everyone thinks I'm on some kind of HSR contract. I am not. All of my opinions on HSR have always been my own. I've always really loved HSR. I thought it was a super fun game, but times have changed, my feelings have changed, and that's all. And if you're dumb enough to think that I'm lying about that, if you want to keep putting on your tinfoil hat and keep shit talking me and adding me and try to rage bait me or whatever, like, I don't care. I just assume everyone who's dumb is rage baiting anyways, because then it makes it easier to cope with the fact that people are that stupid. Fact is, for Honkai Star Rail characters, they never paid me to say that every new character was broken or anything. It's just that they did have a blatant power creep issue with the newer units coming out, and that they all were just better than the old characters. There have been a lot of changes and lack of changes to Honkai Star Rail that I don't like. I think it is ridiculous that it took them this long to make a skip button for the story, but I'm glad they added it. I think that relic presets need to be a thing. There is absolutely no excuse for there not to be some. I'm pretty sure the business reason for there not being relic presets is because they want to keep up player retention, which happens when you change all of your relic sets to speed tune characters. We know what speed tuning is now. We should be able to quick swap relic sets, but they don't want us doing that, I'm pretty sure. I would love to be proven wrong though if they want to introduce them. The end game content is quite stale. There's a lack of events. I mean, there are events, but there's not as many of them as there used to be. And of course, there's the power creep problem. Like, there's a lot of issues with Honkai Star Rail. I think it's still quite an enjoyable game for like a couple hundred hours though. And that's why I've been covering it, because I really genuinely enjoyed the game. I just got tired of making guide videos. There was never really a monetary incentive from the company for me to play Honkai Star Rail. I get paid like actual pennies from them by comparison to what other brands are paying me. They pay me like not even minimum wage. I think they pay me like a 15th of my rate that I get from other companies when I take sponsorships from them. And if I was just doing videos for Honkai Star Rail and I wasn't taking any sponsors at all, I wouldn't be able to afford the mortgage that I have or the rent that I had before. So I don't know. I wanted to clear that up. I don't think people are gonna believe me anyways though, so I guess it is what it is, right? The amount of money that Hoyoverse is paying me is not enough to keep me making videos. The reason I made videos is because I was gonna make them anyways, and the fact they were paying me was a nice little bonus on the side. I think people need to, you know, go interact with a real human being every once in a while. Some of the stuff you see online is just insane, man. But I'll tell you who I do have a contract with. It's Kuro Games. Right now, I'm working with them to make some character guides. It's actually been a thing for a while. And you know what? I actually really do like working with Kuro. I think they've given me a lot of great opportunities. This whole thing about like contracts and being evil and lying to people, I don't know where it came from. I've never had a single person complain about me being on a Kuro contract, and I've talked about being on a Kuro contract, but I keep getting people complaining that I'm on the Hoyoverse contract when I'm not on a Hoyoverse contract. So I don't really know what's up with that. But anyways, I guess the reason I mentioned the Kuro thing is because I am going to continue to make Wuthering Waves guides basically until that contract's up, and then I'll decide what I want to do from there. It's not just a Honkai Star Rail issue. I actually just think I've gotten bored of making guides in general, and I would like to make some other content. I would like to talk about some other games as well. But with that said, we'll see what happens, because I have been enjoying playing Wuthering Waves quite a bit more recently. Actually, basically just since 2.0, I've been enjoying Wuthering Waves like a heck of a lot more than I enjoyed at launch. But either way, I just don't really want that to be all of my content. I really had such an awakening with the the Duet Night Abyss video, the Warframe video, the Ethereal Restart video, where I'm like, I just like talking about games. I just really want to talk about them. I want to play them, and I want to bring you guys like game news and stuff too. So that's the direction we're going. And honestly, I'm a little bummed I couldn't make this video more entertaining. I've thought about like a bunch of ways, like how do I break the news to them and make it more interesting so that way it ends on a happy note. But realistically, guys, I think it is only a happy note if you guys are here for me and not just for my HSR guide videos. So for some of us, this is going to be goodbye, and I acknowledge that and I recognize that, and I appreciate every single one of you guys who stuck with me through all of my guide videos, whether it was Genshin, whether it was HSR, whether it was Wuthering Waves. But going forward, I just really need to reclaim this for myself so that way I can be happier and make even better videos. Because at the end of the day, I want to talk about what I want to talk about, but it makes me the most happy to be able to make a really good video on it. Does that mean I'm quitting gacha forever? No. I mean, the thing is, even though gacha games can get stale after a while, I really am looking forward to Arknight's Enfield. That game plays differently from any of the other gachas we have right now. And what you guys need to understand is at the end of the day, gacha is a monetization method that affects gameplay. But if a game is just good and interesting and worth putting a couple 100 hours into, I'm gonna play it. I'm gonna enjoy every second that I can get out of those games. And when I stop enjoying them, maybe it's time to play something else, you know? But I'll be covering Arknight's Enfield most likely, assuming that game didn't change drastically from the last beta. And I'm also looking forward to Blue Protocol Star Resonance, despite all of the issues that it looks like that game is going to have. Either way, if you guys are here just for HSR guides, and I'm not going to see you anymore until I come back to HSR and doing guides,
Not like I watched him. Alright, that's going to be it for the stream. Good luck, have fun, thanks for watching, I'll see you next time.